Okay, good morning, everyone. It is 9:35. We're going to call this meeting to order. First thing we need to do is approve the agenda. Now, there is an addendum that you should have received with a white cover. It's quite thick, but most of it is an addition to Exhibit B, material photos for Exhibit B, which we'll be discussing later, one of the files. There's an addition of two delegations under 6, 2 different items by the same person, and then there's an addition of one business item, 169 Union Street, and a piece of correspondence. So that's added to the agenda. Who would like to move the agenda? Moved by Paul, seconded by Mac. So we approve the addendum separately. So we need to approve the agenda with the addition, with the addendum. Are there any other proposed changes? Seeing none, we'll approve the agenda with the... Yes, Catherine.
I just wondered if it were possible to bring business that is actually going to be voted on higher up on the agenda rather than... so I'm thinking 8D and 8I.
Could you move your mic closer?
Yeah. So I'm asking whether it's possible to bring higher up on the agenda business, which is, just a minute, it's in the 8 section, and it is anything, so D1, and particularly 8, to move it up. So anything that is in statutory business, including issues relating to the Barryfield Heritage District Plan, and any other issues to be voted on, to bring them forward on the agenda, because some of us are not going to be able to be here for the full period of the meeting. I can see that by the amount of business we've got to get through.
Okay, so as chair, what I don't want to see is us showing any favoritism to any one item over another. All the items are important, and they are structured this way. The clerks have very sort of strict rules of the way that they structure it. They're structured in order of a chronological order of when the applications came in. And so if we move any of the business items in front of others, we're giving them precedence that's not really a fair thing. If it was a benign change where there's no one kept waiting, I don't see the problem with it. But in any event, we have to vote on the proposal to move things. So you would like to move 8 D items to the beginning of business. Is that it? So essentially, you're asking to reorganize the business, the business items. Right. So item D1, there's no recommendation, so there's no vote, but that actually is for consultation. If you read in the report, we need to give our input to staff before they give their final report to council, and we need to hear from Mr. Fleming on behalf of legal for the explanation of the Section 42, and he's here, and he's here based on being the first item in the schedule. It actually would be moving that D1 would be problematic, but reordering the other business items so that the voting ones come earlier would simply inconvenience the applicants who are here for heritage property grants and applications. So do 2 and then... So the clerk is telling me that we could move item 5, the Berryfield item, up to item 3, because item 2 is a voting item and item 1 is time sensitive. Yeah. So that's, yeah. But it would only impact 3 and 4, right? As you can see, it's a little problematic to change the agenda, which is why I'm hesitating. It might be important to you to move an item, but it's important to the people that you're bumping back that it's not moved, and the agenda is published in advance, right? So I'm going to put it to the vote of the committee, keeping in mind that if we do this on a regular basis, it will always inconvenience someone. So you think you're helping one person, but you're inconveniencing someone else, and it's really discouraged. But we can do it as an ad hoc basis. So all those in favor of moving item 5 forward in the agenda, please raise your hands. All those against? So that fails. Any other proposed changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we need to approve the agenda with the added. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. So the next thing is the minutes from June 1st. Who would like to move the minutes? Moved by Megan, seconded by Councillor Schell. So are there any errors or omissions? Yes, Sherman.
Thank you. Yes, to my comments, it was on page 5 of 17, second subject, last paragraph of the page. My intent was, I didn't question the grade. I questioned the accuracy of the drawings. So it's what I wanted to get across was that the drawings were inaccurate. That's all, between plans and elevations, and the importance of the consistency of the accuracy of the drawings.
You get that, James? Clerk has noted that error. Any other errors or omissions? Yes, Catherine.
Page 6, number 3, removal and replacement of all doors and windows. And it says here, 2 new steel louvers. And it was, in fact, aluminum louvers. And to remove the PVC from it, which is in brackets, and replace it with wood or fiberglass.
Please repeat that for the clerk.
So page 16, point 3, removal and replacement of all doors and windows. So second line, remove PVC. And at the end of that line, it should read 2 aluminum louvers, not steel.
The clerk hasn't been able to find the item. Page 16 of the minutes? Oh, page 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so could you repeat it one more time?
Page 6, item 3, second line. Remove PVC, replace with wood or fiberglass. And at the end of that same second line, remove steel and replace it with aluminum.
Okay, so this was a recommendation that was passed. So you're saying that we passed wording that was not what happened at the meeting? I think it was Mac's amendment. Do you recall? You wrote it out and James copied it down.
To be honest, I can't remember, but I don't think I would have recommended a PVC window, that's for sure.
For clarification, the amendments were to conditions 3 and 6. And with respect to the amendment to condition 3, it was that the windows would be inspected by staff, the design as you requested, and they'd be built out of wood or fiberglass to closely resemble the details of the existing windows in alteration 3. So the PVC portion was not at all involved in the amendment, so.
Got it, yeah, thank you, okay. So we added conditions then to what the original motion was.
Right.
In this
So-
condition takes it to fiberglass or wood windows.
Right. So that's from the original package, what the wording that you see there. And the amendment of Max is on page 7, and that's what was passed. So the committee deliberated and passed the recommendation as printed with the amendment by Mac, and it is not possible to alter that wording at this time after it's been passed by council. Okay, so any other errors or omissions to the minutes? Seeing none, we will approve the minutes from June 1st. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Yes, Paul.
This new item that was just given to us, file number P18-057-216, 2016, the 169 Union Street. Due that I'm a staff member at Queen's University, and this is a Queen's application, I'll have to declare a possible pecuniary interest.
Mr. Leary.
Just point of clarification, Mr. Chair, that property is not owned by Queens. It was sold last year. It is a private owner. So just if that changes the member's position.
Does that information change your declaration?
Yes, I just saw Queen's University. I thought it was still by them, so I would withdraw that.
It would have been until last year. Okay, so disregard that. Any other declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Presentations? There are none. We do have a number of delegations. There's the one in the original package, which is Dave St. Ange, and there's also 2 in the addeds. And yeah. And it is my intention to relinquish the chair at this time so that I can speak to delegations. So if you, Councillor Schell.
I will take the chair and recognize you.
Thank you, Councillor Schell. So I would like, as District Councillor, I would like to move that a representative of the Sydenham District Association would like to speak in delegation, Donald Mitchell, regarding item statutory business D1, Section 42, Ontario Heritage Act. And I guess I need a seconder.
Yeah, is there a seconder? Mac Girvin will second. And I will call the vote unless there are any comments. All those in favor? Thank you, that carries, and I will return the chair.
Thank you. So there will be 4 delegations, and we'll start with Mr. St. Ange, who is the president of CAM, and Karen Pregratis, the secretary of CAM. If you could come forward to the podium. Do they have that? Remind all delegations that you have 5 minutes to speak. It's strictly enforced, but delegations are permitted to answer questions after the 5-minute time limit.
Okay, hello. My name is Dave St. Ange. I'm president of the Kingston Association of Museums, Galleries, and Historic Sites, which is also known as CAM. Oh. Okay. I'd like to introduce Karen Pregratis. She's our board secretary and chair of our advocacy and outreach committee. CAM is composed of a diverse collection of heritage and cultural organizations who have collaborated and supported one another for 35 years. Sorry. I'm going to put this. Yeah. It includes federal, provincial, municipal, and volunteer-run sites. Some sites are able to offer extensive interactive programming, while others consist of unstaffed, static displays.
Kingston is Canada's museum capital, and CAM is at the forefront of relationship building within our community and beyond. The municipal museums are all members of CAM, and the staff are actively involved on CAM committees, making themselves available to other museums for support and especially professional development opportunities. City Council has included the work of the Culture Plan in their list of strategic priorities. The Heritage Fund was designed to mirror the city's Arts Fund, which is currently valued at $550,000. Despite this recommendation, the initial allocation to the Heritage Fund in 2013 was $100,000 and is projected to remain under $200,000 for next year.
Cultural heritage creates a sense of place for visitors, especially with unique experiences that can only be found in Kingston. The Heritage Fund's goal is to enhance civic identity and enrich the quality of life for residents and visitors through cultural heritage.
There are 2 funding streams, project grants and operating grants, each adjudicated separately. The purpose of project grants are to aid in product development and market readiness, and encourage the creation of new and innovative cultural heritage initiatives, thereby enhancing economic opportunity and financial sustainability. Project grants assist with the development of partnerships and dynamic collaborations within the cultural heritage community, and promote the protection, documentation, and conservation of significant Kingston artifacts and archival materials.
In the first 3 years of operation, the Heritage Fund has supported numerous projects, such as social history audio tours, for example, the Stones Kingston project, cultural heritage events and celebrations, such as Black History Month and National Aboriginal Day, interpretive signage at the Lower Burial Ground and the 2 upcoming museum wayfinding routes.
Full operating grants support the cost of professional museum staff, custodians of our heritage collections. Investment operating grants help organizations to grow. A stable base of funding not only strengthens and underpins the foundation of an organization, but can also be leveraged to attract other funding. Although the Culture Plan recommended the Heritage Fund budget be $500,000 annually, as you can see, there is a huge discrepancy between the recommended funding and the actual funds available. This is projected to continue. For example, In order to afford one organization a staff member, it means depriving another deserving organization of their funding for staff. So literally, you take one away to give someone else one. The cultural vitality of Kingston needs this fund to grow quicker.
Enhancing the quality of cultural heritage experience helps to build the audience and attract new members and volunteers. Cultural tourism is a major economic driver. The Heritage Fund represents municipal support for organizations that tell Kingston's story. These events and activities enrich our daily lives and strengthen the sense of belonging to our community. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and appreciate it very much.
Thank you. So now that the committee members have an opportunity to ask questions of the delegation, would anyone like to go? Patricia?
I just have a couple of questions. It's a great plan. It's very comprehensive. So 3 questions. First of all, it may be too much detail, but I was just wondering, do you have criteria in place for the interim reports and the final reports that people have to submit, the organizations that are recipients, that they have to submit?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Can you give me an example of some of the criteria within what you expect in the interim and the final reports?
We defer to our Managing Director, Carolyn Petznick.
Sure.
In the interim reports, we're looking for progress that have been made on the projects. We're looking for any changes to the budget. We're looking for the types of successes that have been made to that point and participation, depending upon the project. In the final reports, we ask for supporting documentation to the project. We're looking for the milestones that were set out. In this case, if the measurement was participants in the program, then we're looking for those measurement numbers. If we're looking for example, a book that was produced, then we're looking for that product. If we're looking for market readiness, if we're looking for what those objectives that were set out that matched strategic objectives for the culture plan, then we're looking for those to have been met at the end of the project. If, for example, the Stones in fact surpassed the number of oral histories they expected to achieve in the time of their project, so above and beyond what they hoped to accomplish. If the object was to put out the lovely signage, then we're looking for that signage and a celebration of that signage.
Oh, great, thank you. My second question is, typically, and what often happens within the heritage community in Canada is that when you have a funding program, there's a high risk of creating dependence, the organizations becoming dependent on the organizations. And so it goes to that little saying, you know, give a fish, he eats for a day, teach him to fish, and he can fish for himself. He can sustain himself. And so I was just wondering what kind of plans you have in place to help the organizations that are applying and that do receive to grow stronger so that they are able to do the skills and have the abilities that it takes to leverage other money, to broaden their people knowing them and the kinds of things that they offer.
One of the important roles that we feel CAM can offer is increasing the capacity of the organizations. So in addition to offering the grant, we've been offering grant writing skill support. So not only for this application, but general skills. So that's one of the ways, because leveraging and hopefully by offering the operating grants, this is what can build the capacity for staff to then apply for other funding. One of the reasons for the investment grants is because most other fundings require incorporation or charitable status, but that takes dollars to get those things started. So by investing in those smaller organizations and by providing that base funding, that's one way that can help other organizations grow beyond that initial piece. So being able to support at the investment level is one way that the Heritage Fund is helping to support, as well as through CAM and these professional development opportunities.
Thank you. I just have one last question.
Sorry, Patricia, it's only 2 questions per member per
sorry.
delegation. You could theoretically pass your question to another member who hasn't used up their 2. Does anyone else want to ask a question? Yes, Paul.
My question is, I'm looking at that one slide with available distribution. Is there plans, or do you have any plans to look for funding other than to supplement this funding, to provide more funding for grants? Is there an option for that, or a thought for that?
Today, this is speaking about the City of Kingston Heritage Fund. We've been very fortunate that in addition to this, the city has provided special funds. So we've been able to offer the Sir John A. Macdonald Fund, which was a $50,000 supplement to this. And last year, we were able to offer, again, thanks to the City of Kingston, a $50,000 sesquicentennial fund. So that was $100,000 of extra special project funding. Again, through municipal. Other grant programs would be separate from this, being able to support the members.
Patricia, if you could just turn off your microphone. Sorry, I'm doing the same thing. The technical sound system actually requires you to turn your mic on and off, and the button doesn't click, so you really have to, so just get used to it. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So now we have, from the ADIDS, Ms. Christine Sipnowicz, who will speak to us regarding business item 8D, Section 42, Ontario Heritage Act. And again, please have all of our delegations come to the podium. And the same goes for any, during the meeting, if any members of the public wish to speak, you'll need to come to the podium today. That's the only microphone that's working for the technical setup that we have. So again, you'll have 5 minutes and then questions.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm addressing the consultation process pursuant to Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act. As many of you know, I'm president of the Berryfield Village Association, an organization dedicated to conserve and protect the heritage of Berryfield Village, comprised of the residents and property owners in Berryfield. I'm also coordinator of the Coalition of Kingston Communities, an organization made up of close to 20 community associations from across the city, whose mandate is to improve processes of civic engagement and accountability of City Council and City staff in order to further the well-being of Kingston. I'd like to express on behalf of both the Berryfield Village Association, the BVA, and the Coalition, opposition to this change in procedure in the city's consideration of alterations in heritage districts, and in particular argue for the continuation of the role of the citizen watchdog, Heritage Kingston, in making recommendations to Council. And I'll give a number of reasons. First, applicants benefit enormously from the expertise and experience of members of Heritage Kingston. It will disadvantage owners of heritage properties who are in need of support and guidance for the city to end the very helpful practice of providing an opportunity for members of the public to participate in open discussion with the committee about how to best fulfill their duty of stewardship of the city's heritage resources. Two, there's been a lot of discussion in the city about democratic engagement, depriving a committee of the opportunity for open dialogue and decision-making in this unaccountable fashion is a step backwards in the democratic process. 3, this change was put into effect without consultation with Heritage Kingston, without consultation among Kingston's thoughtful and engaged heritage community, without consultation with stakeholders in heritage districts, and as far as I know, without consultation with council. 4, unlike members of the committee who are volunteers, unfettered by any career considerations, city staff are subject to pressure, particularly from pro-development forces, in making their recommendations to council. 5, given the current work environment of City Hall, where staff face significant job insecurity, I'm sure they do not relish being given the task to say yay or nay about alterations to properties in heritage districts, given the inevitable political pressure they will face. 6, Sydenham was made a heritage district after an enormous community effort and a great deal of time and resources with the aim to better protect its heritage resources. It's a tragic irony that it turns out that heritage protection in Sydenham would have been better off without the district designation. 7, it's no less a sad irony that we in the BVA have been working tirelessly to produce a robust heritage plan that it turns out, by its very existence, disqualifies Barrowfield from the proper vetting of changes to properties in the village. 8, I understand that the city's lawyers, under what pressure, on whose instigation, I would like to know, contend that because the Ontario Heritage Act does not stipulate a role for heritage committees in making recommendations regarding heritage districts, it's therefore not permitted for them to do so. This strikes me as a fundamental error of logic. I teach philosophy of law at Queen's, but you don't need any legal expertise to see the difference between the absence of a requirement and an outright prohibition. It's one thing to be silent on whether something is required or not. It's quite another to say something is prohibited. Indeed, this legal judgment is so inexplicably poor that I wonder how it's possible that it was made at all. 9, this, the most recent in a series of moves on the part of senior city staff to undermine heritage conservation in Kingston. There are many, but let me remind you of a few. First, a personal anecdote. When I was a member of the old Heritage Committee, I was advised by the city's lawyer at the time that I would be in conflict of interest if I participated in any discussions or recommendations regarding a property in Barrowfield. I knew this opinion was ludicrous, serving to silence those who might stand in the way of unsympathetic development. I had to get independent legal advice at my own expense at a cost of several $100s, which confirmed, as I suspected, that I was in no such conflict. Here's another. One of the worst blows to heritage conservation was the city's decision a few years ago that the longest-serving members of the Heritage Committee end their terms, thereby depriving the committee of an invaluable store of expertise and experience. Another example is the current composition of the committee, where both cultural heritage and built heritage are brought together to be considered by one body. 2 very important missions, but practically impossible for one committee to do properly. And now this. 10. Heritage is one of Kingston's biggest assets, an engine of investment, cultural tourism, and prosperity that attracts the best and the brightest to our beautiful city. In order for it to be conserved, we need robust processes of consultation, advice, and political engagement. This recent move seriously handicaps those processes.
30 seconds.
Finally, I hope Heritage Kingston stands up for heritage conservation in this city and expresses to City Council its opposition to this retrograde move that reverses over 30 years of good practices in this city and threatens to make Kingston, instead of, as it has been, a leader in heritage conservation in Ontario, one of its worst exemplars. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just commenting to one of my seatmates that one of the things I have found as a councillor is that we finally seem to have Kingston understanding that heritage is one of our number one assets across the community instead of the way it used to be, which was constant fights. That's just my comment. So first question, is there a website for the organization of the Coalition of Communities so that I could find out who the members are?
There's not a website, but I'd be happy to tell you.
That would be, well, if you could email me, that would be
Sure,
wonderful. Thank you.
certainly.
And the second question is, do you, the groups understand that even what the Heritage Committee recommends, in the end, council anyway has the final say?
Yes, I understand that. I've served on the Heritage Committee for a number of years.
So
I
in
know
the
that.
long run, it is the Heritage Committee, which, however it works,
Yes.
council does have the final say.
Yes, but I think it's quite a crucial difference to not have that open discussion of everyone around the horseshoe here with applicants as they discuss changes to their properties.
In the open.
Yeah, in
Thank
these,
you.
yeah, for those who have properties in heritage districts. And it seems very strange that we've undertaken a great deal of effort and trouble to designate districts because those heritage resources are so important, only to find that the Heritage Committee has a diminished role in vetting changes to those districts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Patricia.
I have just one question.
Yeah, that's okay.
What are your reasons for limiting your expression or your understanding of heritage resources to build heritage? Your comments lead me to understand that you place more value on built heritage than other heritage assets, and you may not, but the way you said it sounds, so I was just wondering, what are your reasons for wanting to maintain, in your words, the democracy of the previous situation for built, but you're not including the other heritage assets?
Well, on the agenda is a particular item about built heritage, right? The status of alterations in heritage conservation districts. So that's I'm addressing myself to that issue. I actually didn't mention that combining built heritage and cultural heritage in one committee disadvantages both, I think, because this one large committee has to take on double the number of tasks. So I think it's a disservice to cultural heritage as well, and I would certainly never say that built heritage was more important than cultural heritage. I'm just speaking from the perspective of that particular issue, which is on the agenda today.
I have a question for you, Ms.
Okay.
It's clear from your comments, and also it's my understanding that the final decision on this does rest with council, and other municipalities have decided to send Part 5 alterations to their version of the Heritage Committee and continue to do so. And Kingston theoretically could do that as well if council so willed it. Would you be willing, as a community advocate, through your organization and also the coalition, to spread the word amongst councillors directly by talking to councillors directly to help them get the message?
To spread the word among councillors to
help them get the message of what your point is.
About the importance of having heritage districts alterations be considered by Heritage Kingston as a whole. Yeah, certainly. Lobbying is something I'm very experienced in doing, as many of you know. I'm happy to continue.
Do you consider the coalition to have the necessary capacity to be able to do this effectively?
Well, the coalition is made up of associations from across the city, Kingstown, Williamsville, Sydenham, Westbrook, as well as some activist associations as well. There's a lot of people who, it's quite a powerhouse of expertise and experience and engagement. I think it would be a very effective voice.
That's great to hear, because I feel like if I agree with you, I will need some help convincing my colleagues.
Okay, good. Well, we're happy to provide it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. Don't go anywhere, because the next delegation is also yours regarding a different business item, and reminding committee members that that the delegation speaks to a business item and questions should be related to that as well. So it's 8D, the Berryfield Heritage Conservation District Plan recommendation for approval. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience in listening to me yet again. So I'm speaking about the Barriefield Heritage Conservation District Plan. Designated back in 1980, Barriefield is Ontario's oldest heritage conservation district, setting the standard for heritage protection across the country. According to the Canadian Register of Historic Places, Barriefield has retained much of its 19th century historic character owing to its designation that protects individual properties and cultural heritage landscapes. Barriefield is indeed a gem of historical preservation, with its stone church, wood, limestone and brick houses, uninterrupted vistas, grasslands, and the original grid street pattern intact. Residents of Barriefield live by the philosophy of stewardship, adhering to heritage strictures in any changes they wish to make to their homes. Kingston is at a crossroads in its role as heritage pioneer. On the table today is a new Heritage Conservation District plan for Barriefield. Will it provide robust protection of Barriefield's heritage resources, or will it fail in this important task, opening the door to unsympathetic development? The Barriefield Village Association believes the new heritage plan fails to provide adequate protection of Barriefield's heritage. Most deputations of private citizens seek the relaxation of heritage strictures, hoping to get away with modifications that are contra heritage guidelines. Barriefield, in contrast, is united in calling for strong heritage protection to ensure that Barriefield's heritage is conserved. What an opportunity for Kingston to continue to safeguard heritage, heeding a groundswell of public and community support. The BVA has provided a total of over 60 pages of careful analysis and feedback to all 4 previous drafts of the revised Heritage Plan. We also commissioned the highly respected local heritage consultant, Andre Scheinman, who worked on the Sydenham Plan, to advise us on the heritage value of the village's open lands. We're grateful for the city's openness to discussion and appreciate that the draft before you is much improved over earlier versions. In general, the language is clearer, there's greater protection for views, and new recognition of key heritage elements like the waterfront and the rock garden. However, we're frustrated that the consultants and staff have refused to take up some key recommendations, and with little or no rationale for doing so. Given that several years ago, the consulting company MHBC recommended a high-density development in Barriefield, flying in the face of the 92 plan, it's perhaps not surprising that the very same company recommends that those impediments in the 92 plan be removed. In general, the BVA is concerned that the updated plan is weaker than the original 92 plan, at a time when the village faces a number of worrying uncertainties. In particular, local developer Jay Patry is planning either a subdivision of over 40 houses or a 100-plus unit apartment building on the open lands of the Horton property. And note, this is in a village with only 90 homes. The following are some of the most notable problems of the current draft. 1, there's no recognition of the heritage value of the open lands. That's the Horton School property and D&D lands, other than the protection of historic views. That's in contrast to the 92 plan at 2.2, despite the clear counsel of Mr. Scheinman. Note that Mr. Scheinman does not make the extravagant claim that there should be no development on these lands. He simply makes the point that they are crucial to the character of Barriefield, and that if you give them no heritage protection, you will destroy or risk destroying the village's heritage. The Ontario Heritage Toolkit for the designation of heritage conservation districts at pages 24 to 25 states several times the appropriateness of natural features, topography, and open spaces being identified as heritage attributes. 2, the draft seems to permit a number of unsympathetic features in new construction. Particularly egregious is that permission is given for suburban-style heritage materials I'm going to have to back up. Particularly egregious is that permission is given for suburban-style non-heritage materials on the sides of the house, so long as heritage materials are on the front. Don't forget that Barriefield's open rural character is such that it's often impossible to see all 4 sides of a house. 3, there's also sloppy wording, again in the same part of the plan at 4.52, where, for example, heritage materials for new construction is only recommended in Guideline J, but also required in Policy F. We cannot have a plan whose wording invites conflicting interpretations. This will invite unscrupulous development and possibly land the city at the OMB. 4, the draft gives no recognition to the principle that new construction should not overwhelm old. And 5, at the very least, why not include the excellent point made by Barryfielder Barb Carr in response to the last draft, that the plans stipulate that any new housing development should have the same proportion of different story houses as the original complement. This is far preferable to the plan's easy assumption that new construction need only not exceed two stories rather than the 1.5-story limit in the 92 plan.
20 seconds.
6, some parts of the draft are difficult to understand and hence provide poor guidance. For example, the principles for new construction. 7, finally, again, we're concerned about the reversal of more than 30 years of Kingston's heritage stewardship practices and not have alterations in heritage districts come before the Heritage Committee for advice and guidance, but rather go to staff and then straight to council. How to proceed? Heritage Kingston should not be content with a shoddy document that fails in its assigned task. Council should be advised that this draft is not be accepted. Clearly, it needs further modification, perhaps under the direction of the built heritage experts on the committee on Heritage Kingston. Barrowfield's heritage is of intrinsic value. It's also key to Kingston's cultural tourism, evident in the 2,000 visitors who came to our Heritage Festival to celebrate the village's 200th anniversary back in 2014. Please provide us with a heritage plan that adequately protects the heritage jewel of Barryfield for us all to enjoy, both now and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I let you go over by about 30 seconds, but
Sorry.
I shouldn't really do that.
Apologies.
Questions from members of the committee? Yes, Peter.
Would you inform us as to what the definition of open land is?
That's a good question. We were using the phrase open space, but I've switched to open land because that's the phrase that's used by Andre Scheinman in his report. And it's used by heritage in the heritage community more generally. I think it's fairly straightforward in terms of referring to land that doesn't have built property on built heritage on it, doesn't have houses, structures, buildings on it.
If I might just add on to that, is it defined by property lines then, by ownership or by the legal definition of property?
No, it does not define. It does not refer to who owns it. So open lands could be in public ownership, in public hands. They could be privately owned. It refers to the character of the land, and it's what is or is not on it, not who owns it.
But is open land limited? Is it defined by the limits of not the question of who owns it, but of property lines?
Property lines? I don't know what you mean by that.
There's a 2-acre property which is coming up for discussion, for consultation on Main Street. 2 acres is a fairly large parcel of land. Much of that is not built on, but it's within one property designation. Is that why that would not ever be considered open land?
Yeah, I don't think we would refer to building lots in general. We're speaking of something that has some kind of history and an established character. And in Barryfield, the periphery of the village, which is open lands owned by D&D, and the Horton School property, which is a large open space, a kind of village green, if you like. Those are really crucial to the heritage character of the village, and that's what we're speaking of. And I think it's true that Barryfield has a lot of very important and interesting buildings, houses. Most of them are quite modest, though. Its heritage character does not really reside in particular buildings, but it's an aggregation. It's the feel, the character of the village as a whole, and crucial to that rural 19th century character are those open lands.
May I try to ask my question more precisely then? There is a building on the so-called open land of the Horton School.
Yeah.
There are buildings on that 2-acre lot, which we will be invited to offer opinions on in terms of the alterations more later in this meeting. Why is one property with a building on it considered open space and another property with a building on it not considered open space?
The open land that I'm referring to, the Horton and the D&D ones, have been recognized historically as open lands playing a certain kind of community purpose. Yeah, okay. We got there.
There. That counts as your 2 questions. Anyone else? Yes, Jamie.
I'm just wondering, should the current draft of this plan not proceed at council, what steps would you like to see? Like, what next steps in terms of process of what do you see happening, or what would you like to happen?
Yeah. I think that's an excellent question, and it's something I've been wondering about myself. If the committee is persuaded that the current draft is inadequate, what recourse do you have? And I would hope that your good chair here would give you some procedural guidance on that. One option, of course, and it's the usual option, is to return it to staff and the consultants. The only thing that makes me hesitate about that idea is that, of course, the Barriesville Village Association has been doing that by repeatedly requesting alterations. And staff and the consultants have been very patient about revisiting, but they have refused to entertain the things that we're concerned about. So that's why I suggested, but I'm not pressing this, I suggested that perhaps a subcommittee of this body might take up the task of making the final changes to the plan. There's a lot in the current draft that is great. I'm not suggesting the whole thing should be tossed, but I'm saying that there's still some significant weaknesses. And here we have this wonderful opportunity. We've got the oldest heritage district in the province. We have a groundswell of public support for its heritage conservation. We have ideas and enthusiasm for a robust plan. Why the disappointing result of a plan that's inadequate when there's so much in the way of interest and commitment to making it a good, solid plan? Thanks.
Paul.
If it is appropriate and if they're able to, could the staff possibly speak about some of the concerns that was raised here, and to help us understand what may be missing and why the staff did not include it, or was it included somewhere, if that's possible?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Staff isn't procedurally permitted to respond to delegations. However, we will have a full discussion when this item comes up on the agenda, and so you could ask staff, if you note the questions that were brought up by the delegation, you could ask staff their response to those specific points. No, that's what I said. You're not listening. Yeah, that's good. Any other questions? Yes, Matt.
Certainly one thing that I was quite shocked by is that they're going to allow, vinyl or aluminum siding on these buildings. Is that a major issue for your concerns?
Well, I only gave some of the things that concern us. I only have a 5-minute time limit, which the chair graciously let me exceed it by a little bit in any case. So there are a few other things I think that I mentioned last time at the public meeting that I didn't mention this time just for the sake of time. But I do think this is an important one. Part of it, it's not just, a Potemkin village, a kind of Hollywood set to make sure it looks pretty from the road. These are heritage resources. This is things we're leaving to our children and grandchildren. We want to leave them as robust features of our heritage inheritance whose integrity is intact. So I think this idea that as long as it looks okay at the front, but you can have sort of vinyl encircling a heritage facade is crazy. Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the fourth delegation, the one that we added, is from the Sydenham District Association. Donald Mitchell and any other Sydenham District Association members are welcome to come forward. Please come to the podium. You have 5 minutes. You can share the time or choose a spokesperson and then answer questions.
Good morning. Chairperson Stroud, Councillor Schell, and members of Heritage Kingston. I'm speaking today on behalf of Ken Ataki, Chair of the Sydenham District Association, and its members, especially regarding that part of our district which is the Old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District. But first, let me read from another source. Every day across Ontario, thousands of volunteers work to conserve and celebrate the stories, places, and events of the people that shaped our communities. Many of these volunteers are active at the municipal level as members of the municipal heritage committees. Under the Ontario Heritage Act, municipalities can establish municipal heritage committees to advise council on identifying, protecting, and promoting cultural heritage resources that make our communities unique and sustainable places to live. The fact that so much of Ontario's rich heritage has been conserved is a testament to the good advice and hard work of municipal heritage committees. Establishing a municipal heritage committee is often described as a municipality's first and most important step in engaging its community in heritage conservation. Committee members build strong relationships with property owners to encourage good stewardship of heritage resources. They facilitate the exchange of ideas and expertise that contribute to the economic and cultural development of cities, towns, villages, neighborhoods, and landscapes across the province. They also bring unparalleled passion and dedication to finding solutions towards heritage conservation. Municipal heritage committees involve their communities in conserving cultural heritage resources that inspire current and future generations. The 2005 amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act provide stronger protection for our cultural heritage and a broader, more important role for municipal heritage communities. Consequently, these committees are now even more crucial to municipal decision-making. These 5 paragraphs could have been written to describe the role of Kingston's Municipal Heritage Committee, now a part of Heritage Kingston, especially regarding the invaluable actions of its committee's members. To build strong relationships with property owners, to encourage good stewardship of heritage resources, to facilitate the exchange of ideas and expertise that contribute to the economic and cultural development, to directly advise on crucial municipal decision-making. But these were not written just about Heritage Kingston. They are, in fact, the first 5 paragraphs from page 1 of Title I of the Ontario Heritage Toolkit. The proposed consultation process before you today as HK-16-030 dramatically fails to uphold the best practice setting role of Kingston's Municipal Heritage Committee to work directly with applicants in the Old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District. In the apparent name of haste, it makes waste of the community building support and knowledge sharing that Heritage Kingston members are expecting to play in support of crucial council decisions on heritage matters. This process does not allow for the advice of neighbors to be part of the decision-making. It takes away the right that was expected would be enhanced with the designation of the Old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District. The proposed process has been developed in reaction to an error with the committee consultation process that had been undertaken historically as it relates to alterations to properties designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you. The staff recommended retreat from a more active, direct role of the MHC, the Municipal Heritage Committee, in our case, Heritage Kingston, seems based on a legal opinion that interprets as mandatory a process that is actually permissive. The broader role previously performed by the Kingston Municipal Heritage Committee is in accordance with the Heritage Act. The Sydenham District Association supports today's presentations by the Barriefield Village Association, which you've just heard, and hopefully we'll hear also from the Frontenac Heritage Foundation. But in closing, I would like to reiterate that this council has made a commitment to open government, and hopefully its committees are equally engaged in that. Citizen engagement is an important part of open government. The commitment of committee members is probably the best example of an engaged community member. Council has selected members of the committees, and the committees were selected on the basis of clear criteria and expectations. And those expectations and criteria deserve to be respected. This proposal, we believe, disrespects the involvement of the Heritage Committee or Heritage Kingston Committee volunteers with regards to their understanding of what their role would be as part of the Heritage Committee structure.
20 seconds.
So we are asking that this proposal be rejected and that there be, at the very least, reconsideration for a role for Heritage Kingston members that at least simulates, that is equal to the degree of commitment and the degree of direct involvement that they had with regards to heritage proposals that has happened in the past. And that has also been a highly respected and seen as a best practice, I suppose, by other municipalities. We can't let our role in Ontario Heritage slip. We have to maintain that, and certainly by keeping the role of Heritage Kingston the same or very similar to what was happening previously is a key way of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Yes, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of what I'm hearing is what we discussed during the culture plan and confused us unbelievably. So when Mr. Mitchell started, you talked about the Heritage Act. Was the Heritage Act that you were quoting? Toolkit. It started with stories of the people. That's what it started with, stories of the people. And then it talked about cultural heritage resources. And we used to have great debates about this. What does that mean? And I'm asking you, in your presentation, it appeared to mean built heritage. Is that basically what I was hearing?
Do you want to answer that, or?
Sure. We are specifically addressing, again, I've forgotten the number of the report. Today's report.
It's
HK-16-030, which specifically addresses built heritage. And so that's what we are addressing.
Thank you.
I can speak to you if you want. The words that I read, I actually didn't write. So, but I would inform it this way. I think that we do a lot of protection of the structure, the shell of the building, and I get the intent, and I support it, of trying to bring the stories and the cultural life to it. And I use the word living culture, the phrase living culture. We need to get to living culture. My concern with this is, once it's gone, you take out a wall, you do this, you do that. In a built sense, you can't just go back and put it there. So I think you have to, it's similar to other portfolios in the city, but you have to save it first. You have to address the built first, and then I think you move it into the living history. If you took, for example, a big building in Sydenham District, and you said that building has a life, it has a vibrancy. When you pass Chalmers Church, you hear those children playing. My hope would be that you will still hear those children playing, or you'll hear an equivalent, but you won't if you allow those buildings to be changed or altered without a fully public participatory process. And I get that the guidelines of the district plan are there, and I get that very accomplished staff can go to it and can read it, but as we've seen, even with a legal interpretation of a phrase or a section, whether it's 4.1 or whatever it is in section 42, the reality is that interpretive that process, that social democracy, I'm not even gonna say it, participatory process needs to be in the possession of people. And my fear, and that's why I supported this, would be that it would get it out of the hands of people. A small collection of experts, really expert opinions of city staff with very researched documentation, but where are people allowed to be involved in that process? And I see the old process as being a lot more user-friendly for regular people.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Paul.
So I'm just, one of the proposals is 4 members of the Heritage Kingston, the technical people on the council, on the committee would be part of a meeting group. Are you against that, or would you rather more open public as this?
I think it's clear that the proposal is for the staff planner to meet with, I think you mentioned 4 people. It's not a public process as far as we can see, and it doesn't allow for the public input that it would allow for were the discussion to happen at this meeting, for example.
Mac, you're next.
So knowing what you know now in terms of if the city goes ahead with this, where Heritage Committee doesn't really have any control over the buildings, the Part 5 buildings, and even the Part 4 buildings, the ones that were fully designated before, and now because they're in Part 5, they go by the Part 5 rules is what they're suggesting, so that everything goes directly to council. Would you pursue the Heritage District? 'Cause I know the Heritage District was initiated by response from the members. Were you not, are you not, I'm not quite sure to put this, I mean, are you not a little shocked that now that you've gone through all this, you actually have less protection than you had before?
Absolutely. I think that certainly the intention was that all of the effort, the community consultation that went into the ultimate designation of the old Sydenham Heritage District, Conservation District, was assuming that the protection will be increased, that it would be for the betterment of the built heritage. And through that, the rest of the cultural heritage. So would we have pursued it otherwise? I don't know. That's speculation, but we're certainly disappointed to see the situation that may occur as a result of this proposal.
I have a question. It's a little bit of a hypothetical, but you know the person I'm talking about. Would my predecessor, Bill Glover, be likely to agree with your position on this or disagree?
Oh, I think he'd agree. Call him. Yeah, we could give him a call.
Yeah, I have his number in Winnipeg if you'd like to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's it for delegations. So we're on to briefings. There are 5 briefings. The first is from Ms. Forfar, Manager of Development Approvals, giving us a needed briefing on the DASH system, Development and Services Hub. And I believe if anyone wants further information after this briefing, that it can be arranged.
Smack. Good morning, everybody. Excuse me, I speak up if I can't hear. I'm a little under the weather. Thank you very much. I'm Stacey Forfar with the Planning Service, Planning, Building, and Licensing, and I'm here with Jason Budd, my colleague from the Planning Service. We're here to just give you a quick overview of DASH, Development and Services Hub. Anybody just with the committee, out of quick reference, has anybody here visited our site yet, checked it out, grabbed some info off of it, made an application? Perfect, okay. Just to give you a quick backgrounder, this was launched in January of 2016, so it's pretty recent. We're 6 months into this program. It basically converted the entire planning service from a paper-based service to a digital service. So kind of launched us into the progressive era. It's a big change. We're continuing to learn about the system. We're really on the cusp of really being able to navigate it and bolster it, and certainly continue to be open for any feedback that's coming in. So how do you find Dash? What we'd like to do this morning is really give you a bit of a live demo, open it up to questions and answers, and then if anybody would like some specific sort of training or assistance in it, we're certainly happy to do that. We've got an active lab available at our John Counter office, and we'd be more than happy to coordinate through James. So just a quick reference point. We're pretty easy to find, I think, right on the homepage of the City of Kingston website. Just click on business, it says Dash, planning approvals. Right now, the planning service is the one that's been digitized. We're actively working on bringing a building service in by next year, which will follow through with the enforcement. We were the guinea pig, essentially. So on our main page here, just quickly, you can cover off, there's kind of 3 main things. And I want to caveat this a little bit because we're kind of excited to share with the Heritage Group that we're going to be able to offer you this particular service going forward. We've just now made a change to our backend that will allow us to map all heritage applications. This particular map that you can see right now is all current development files, so Planning Act related files. We are navigating toward, hopefully in the next couple of months, having the ability to actually do this particular thing with heritage files as well. We're just a few months out, but we're almost there. So just to give you a quick idea of what it would look like for a heritage file service, this is all the active development files in the City of Kingston that are publicly available right now. And you can check on it, kind of gives you a quick blurb of what it is, what type of file it is, gives you some contact information and where to go for new information. This will also be linked eventually, hopefully this year we're aiming for, that will launch you into the filing cabinet, is what we call Dash. So with that, just to give you a quick kind of heads up of what it looks like. Let me get back to my home screen. So the next kind of option for heritage specifically right now is to check out, look up an address. You can look up a specific address for a property file and get all of the active information available on that file. So no longer do you need to drop in, check us out, check out the hard file, that kind of stuff. You can go directly to the source. As soon as it's been deemed a complete application, we launch it online. And the third one, of course, is submitting a planning application. We won't get into that one today in too much detail, but we have a couple of committee members who've certainly been through this process, and we have lots of members of the public, so it's all digitized now. Any specific questions on that, we're happy to take them. So just to give you a bit of a quick overview of how you can access files, we're going to use a recent file, and Jason's going to walk us through how we can do that.
Thank you, Stacy, and good day to the committee and members of the public. Thank you for having us. I'm just going to double-click on this link, and then you can see this is where we would do our search for an active application, or if you're just curious about a subject property. And for today, we're going to be using 253 Ontario Street, which is a closed file, but still should have all the information that we want to discuss up here. So you can see that you can just do your search. You don't have to fill out everything. You just need the municipal address and the street name, and you can conduct your search. The addresses will show up at the bottom, and you can just click on that, and then information relating to the permit, if there are multiple applications will be displayed, and then you can click on each application. For this property, there's the one application that you can see and it's a heritage permit. It provides you with GIS information, so a location map is provided, record details, and project description are provided below. You also have additional information that's available to you. This is the same format that you see for development applications. So you can open it up and keep digging for more and more information related to the application, legal description, and what's being requested. You can also follow this. So if this is your application and you're a registered user, you've registered an account and you want to submit an application, you can follow your applications using the processing status. You'll see here that as it proceeds through the process, the check marks show that step or workflow task has been completed by staff. You have additional information by clicking on the arrow that provides you times when it was due, to whom it was assigned, when it was completed. It provides additional information with respect to who is doing the reviewing and when the consolidation was completed. So you can see that there's quite a wealth of information that's available as we proceed, and you can contact, of course, the assigned planner at any time to discuss. Supporting information is also provided to you. So we have here information that is made available to the public, and you can then open up this information and view it at your leisure. And you can see here that there's the supporting information for this application. I'll just exit out of that. Some of the other features that I want to share with you today are related to the GIS feature. So if we go into, excuse me. I'm going to go back to our home page. And from here, you don't have to log in as a registered user. Again, you have certain things that are available to you here. And you can look up a property. And you can search here by address or by record information. So if I wanted to, I could look up the parcel that I had just entered by typing the record ID. My fingers are crossed that this is going to work for us. Okay, so I didn't type in, maybe it's case sensitive. Nope. I probably typed in the wrong ID. We have it there. No. Yeah. Of course, it works 9 times out of 10, and then on the 10th time, it doesn't work for me. So but that's normal for me. So it's not the system's bad luck. It's strictly my own. But it probably has to do with the dates. Yeah. So if I remove these dates, and we'll try it again because I know that it works. So you don't need to have. You can use date parameters. Obviously, it's not working for me. But, there we go. You can see the record shows up. And we also have our GIS features that I want to share with you. You can see that it brings it up on the map here. Using this, you can open it up. We have layers that you can apply. So you can check the zoning boundaries. Oops. Yeah, wait for the. It tells you which map it is in the 8499, or sorry, not 8499. This is Harbor zoning bylaw. And the zone. Your zone lines, boundary lines, you can look up the zoning. In addition, we also have our official plan designations on here, as well as ortho. I'm not used to the touchpad. I usually use a mouse. That's working our way down. It's worth it. It's worth the wait. But you can, as we proceed through this, you can see that each scheduled EOP is available for you to view as a layer on this GIS mapping. And here we go. So we can also apply the ortho. And then you can view it that way as well. But let me see if I can do this. You can do the change the opacity so you can show different layers over one over the other. So we have our base map layer underneath that you can see, and then you can basically ghost in the air photo if you like, and then view both layers and see them contextually. And you can do this. This actually works very well when you're using Schedule 3, which is our land use designations, and you want to see that laying over the top of your zoning and as well as your official, like land use designations. Another search, oops. So it can also do additional searches. So within the GIS, so if you are using the mapping system, you can go directly to the mapping system to find a property. Oops. And it'll add it to the map. Small one. Let's find where we are now.
I don't want to distract you, but we've been going for 11 minutes on this briefing, and it's...
Oh, is it 11 minutes?
We're
Okay,
at 11
sorry.
minutes, so just to let you know.
All right. How about I wrap it up with one last toy that's in here that's worth looking at, and that's our redlining. My apologies, Councillor. So we do have this other tool that you can use. So if you want, you can identify a location of interest. You can then type some stuff in here. Don't mind my fingers. Oh, I did do it right. Okay. And then you can save it. Or you can save contents in here as well. And then email this image to, say, Councillor Stroud and say, I have a concern here, this is interesting, can you let me know about this? So that's another tool that we have. Again, feel free to ask any questions that you may have relating to this system. I'm available from 8:30 to 4:30, 5 days a week, and easy to get a hold of. So that's it, I'll wrap it up with that, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So is your email or phone number going to be available to committee members should they want further guidance with this?
Sure, yes. So my name is...
Yeah. So James, if you want, our contact through the committee is always our clerk. So email James and he'll forward you through to get some further training on this. It's as you can see, a very powerful tool. It's like we asked for open government and we got this almost immediately. It was very exciting.
A gentle ripoff.
Thank you very much. So we've got some more briefings. The next three are from Mr. Colin Wigington, our cultural director. You'll recall he spoke to us last time. So he's got three agenda items, three briefing items. They're Cultural Plan Part 3 capacity. And are you going to sort of stay up for the three? So you'll notice on your package the three headings, and he's going to work through them in order, I believe.
What do you want up first? Okay.
While he's setting up, I'd like to thank all of the applicants who are here patiently waiting till we get to business items. Also, all those members interested in the Berryfield plan and the Section 42 item. There's lots on the agenda today, and thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud and members of the Heritage Kingston Committee. And I'm conscious of the time, so I will try and move through this quickly, but I do extremely appreciate the opportunity, as I have for the last few meetings, to come and provide briefings as we move towards this integration of efforts around what we mean by cultural heritage and its different components. So as has been pointed out this morning, I'm going to be speaking about three topics, two of which are very closely related. The first is to look at Part 3 of the Kingston Culture Plan, which deals with the issue of capacity, and then I'll be speaking about the Integrated Cultural Heritage and Cultural Tourism Strategy that was approved by Council back in 2014. So just picking up with the Kingston Culture Plan, which was approved back in 2010, the third section of the strategic framework that was outlined in that document is the issue of capacity, which is about the city providing leadership, resources, training, and support to help build capacity across the cultural sector. And so this takes a number of forms, and as you'll see in the document, there are recommendations 39 through 60 that deal with these areas of interest, but there are 9 recommendations that are more specific, either directly or indirectly to this committee, which I'm going to be highlighting this morning. The first 3 deal with the situation that we find ourselves in now, which is the recommendation related to what was the Municipal Heritage Committee and the formation of Heritage Kingston, which is this shift towards the delegation of authority to staff in an increased capacity, changing up the membership of the Municipal Heritage Committee, and also looking at the mandate and activities of the committee to make sure that it's as holistic and as encompassing as possible, and that we are looking at, when we talk about cultural heritage, not just built form, but tangible, intangible, and cultural heritage. So I won't go into that as much depth because this is something that we're living in this moment. Another recommendation was the development of a heritage strategy, and I think that the main point to make in this situation is that when the time came to actually do this work, we felt it was important to actually bring together the cultural heritage piece with the cultural tourism piece that comes up as a later recommendation, seeing that they're distinct but very much related, that the 2 things really connect in a way in Kingston that I think we would all agree has incredible opportunity and meaning to us as a community. So the decision when we did this strategy was not to do it separately, but to do the pieces together, and I'll talk about that shortly. Recommendation 54 was the idea of creating a Heritage Conservation Resource Center, and you've seen that effort evolve over the last couple of years with the first pilot that was presented down in the Shoal Tower room, and the more recent iteration of that, which opened earlier this year on the main floor of City Hall, which is meant as a center for people who are heritage property owners to learn about stewardship related to their properties, but more broadly, helping to tell the Kingston story. And I can attest anecdotally, because Cultural Services is residing right next to this space, that we're seeing an incredible uptake of this resource, and the City Hall tour guides are also incorporating it as part of the experience of this building, so people are getting a much fuller image of Kingston when they come to visit this site and all the various stories that we have to tell. So I would like to think that that's been a success. Recommendation 55 was that we work with the Kingston Association Museums, and it's fortuitous that we had the opportunity to see a briefing from CAM earlier today. And I can't stress enough that when the culture plan was first authored, CAM itself was a volunteer organization. It wasn't incorporated. It was a very long-standing, 25-plus year group of heritage volunteers and professionals who came together on a monthly basis to explore issues of importance to the museum sector in particular. And as a result of the culture plan, we've been able to work with CAM to actually see it incorporated as a not-for-profit organization that now has a board and professional staff. They receive funding on an annual basis from the City of Kingston to help them do their work, and it's through that relationship that we were able to finally establish the Kingston Heritage Fund in 2013. And just quickly, in response to some of the points that were raised in the earlier briefing, that at this point, the Heritage Fund does not total the $500,000 that was initially earmarked in the culture plan. But what I can tell you is that over time, as the landscape has changed and CAM has incorporated and become professionalized, they do receive as an organization almost $100,000 each year for their operation. And yes, the Heritage Fund, when it was first created, was established as $100,000 initially, only for the purposes of project funding, but it did expand the following year to incorporate operating funding. But there's also been a process of building within the heritage sector, getting people accustomed to this notion of applying to project and operating funding, working within a peer jury assessment, and to do that practice in a very professional and I think successful way. And so for those of you who might have been around for the 2016 budget deliberations, we shared at that point that we are continuing to invest in the growth of the Heritage Fund. It is not at the level that was originally suggested, but the target at this point is that by 2019, the fund itself would total about $330,000. And I've also flagged the fact that CAM itself receives $100,000. So we are pushing towards the $500,000 as an investment in the heritage sector, even if it's not directly through the Heritage Fund. And a really interesting statistic is that in the 3 years that the Heritage Fund has been operating, 77% of the applicants who've submitted funding requests have been funded, which is actually outpacing the Arts Fund, which only sees about a 55 to 60% success rate in terms of applying because of the demands on the fund. So I just wanted to add that in. But one of the main things that CAM has really done in recent years is to raise the profile of the city's museums and heritage resources through various marketing campaigns, such as the You're Already Here, which they launched initially and has continued to evolve with different ongoing projects. And so I would say that their profile within the city has increased dramatically and only will continue to do so with the new museum signage program that's coming online. So again, I think a tremendous success there. Shifting into cultural tourism, there was 2 recommendations back in 2010 about how we could look at that sector. The city has been very successful in recent years through Tourism Kingston, which is part of KEDCO, around sport tourism, travel trade, and conventions. Leisure tourism, which includes cultural tourism, was not nearly as well developed or seen as an opportunity. And so we've had the chance in recent years to really look at how can we leverage cultural tourism, which is one of Kingston's strongest assets, to help make this not only a desirable place to live, but also a place to visit. And one of the challenges has been trying to bring together all the different stakeholders. So on the slide above me, just 3 examples. I mean, obviously there's cultural services within the City of Kingston, but there's also groups like Visit Kingston, which is the Kingston Accommodation Partners, Tourism Kingston, which is part of KEDCO, the Great Waterway, which is called a regional tourism organization, and then there's other groups like Downtown Kingston, which is the BIA, and it's a very complex playing field of stakeholders. And so a big part of the work that we've done in the last few years is to bring everybody together to try and find some common ground. Finally, the one last recommendation that was in the culture plan is number 60, which is the creation of a culture map. This is something not as sexy as Dash, as you just got to see, but we do have a prototype on the city website that is meant to provide a resource for people who are wanting to find out information about cultural resources and assets. And if you do have the opportunity to explore the prototype, and we're working on a more user-friendly iteration to bring forward in the next little while, you can also drill down to a closer level on the map and find listed and designated properties. So we've worked very closely with planning, building, and licensing to populate that content. So just shifting gears to the integrated cultural heritage and cultural tourism strategy that I've mentioned. This is the document from 2014 that was approved by council. And I find this really fascinating that the City of Kingston, even though we only have about 125,000 people, we are in reach of 130 million people within a day's drive. We have a huge catchment in terms of people that we can attract here. We're close to the border, we're on the lake. Not only are we close from Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto, but we also have a great draw from northern New York and other areas in the northeastern United States. So that's a huge number of people that we can attract to our community, and that I think we are increasingly doing so over the years. There were 2 important assumptions within the strategy document. One, which is rooted in cultural heritage, is the fact that Kingston's history and heritage provides a compelling resource. I think that's actually almost an understatement. I think it's probably our greatest renewable resource that we have. The passion of this community, the passion of the people we've heard from today, the dedication of staff and the different stakeholders that we have across the community, this is really one of the things that we would all agree Kingston is known for. So how, with that resource, can we actually attract people and make Kingston a place not only that's great to visit, but also potentially to live? And that's to leverage the assets that are available to us to grow the tourism market, but as Brian Osborne would be the first to say, in a sustainable way that doesn't compromise the experience for those of us who actually live here. So one of the main themes related to heritage that was identified as part of a heritage interpretation plan as part of that strategy is recognizing the fact that Kingston is a meeting place or a crossroads. And our First Peoples would tell us that Cataraqui, in one of its earlier forms, it potentially means meeting place. a place for people to gather and to come together, but also a place to move through. And as we've seen Kingston's history evolve over time, it obviously became a place for exploration by Europeans. It was a jumping off point to discover the rest of North America. And in more recent times, we certainly see it as a place of transition, whether it's in relation to the forces base, students, even the penal system. This is a place that people pass through regularly, and that is part of a challenge, but also a quality of the city. And so there were some main messages that we were working towards defining as part of that heritage interpretive plan. So building on that, the top line priorities that came out of this strategy were to connect the stakeholders. And in that case, it wasn't just about connecting the heritage stakeholders or the tourism stakeholders. It was about connecting everybody, that we all have a part to play in how we tell stories about Kingston and also present it to ourselves and the outside world. And so these were the issues that are really the focus of trying to bring people together, improve what we can make available through things like the Heritage Fund and the kind of funding the city provides, and then making things as market ready as possible for people to experience. So cultural services is just one player in that network. It's part of the larger municipal government. It resides within the cultural sector. There's also the public sector, artists who contribute to this, residents who are part of the dynamic, the private sector, the tourism partners, visitors, and government at higher levels. And this is just a snapshot of this is a tremendous a number of people who all have a vested interest in this work that we're doing. And one of the ways that we've looked at organizing this is this notion of a growth from what we call quick wins to cultural advantage. I think we all recognize that we are very privileged as a community to have a number of things that already give us a cultural advantage. But how can we strengthen those things through a combination of partnership and capacity building, as well as placemaking and content creation? So just a few quick examples of what those things mean in this current reality. So some quick wins are things like the mobile walking tours the city's been developing, the Kingston Remember signage program that you see around the community. Those are more immediate ways that we can make history and heritage accessible to people. Things like the Kingston Penitentiary Tour this summer is a tremendous example of partnership between Corrections Service Canada, the City of Kingston, and the St. Lawrence Parks Commission to make that kind of asset available to people to experience. In terms of placemaking, the whole conversation that we're having around heritage preservation is very much a part of that dynamic. And in terms of cultural advantage, there's many of these I just picked for the purposes of this presentation, the UNESCO World Heritage Site, Kingston Fortifications, but it's also things like the Frontenac Arch Biosphere, the creation of the Isabel Bader Center for the Performing Arts, the TET Center, any number of things that the city now finds itself having that we can leverage for the purposes of what we do. A quick snapshot, the City of Kingston through Cultural Services, as we started to build connections among stakeholders, we started to do some research into what draws people to the City of Kingston. And we did phone surveys through Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto, and I've just given you a snapshot of the Toronto piece, because I think it's very interesting when we look at what draws people to want to come to a community like Kingston as a tourist when they're making their decisions. And the top few things are really about the quality of the place. It's about the scenery, it's about the size of the community. And then as you move down the list, then it's things like the heritage landscape. It's about dining and enjoying local architecture. And as you go down, the things that are less of a draw that we assume are always the main draws are some of the harder assets that we provide. And so I think what people are really looking for when they come to Kingston is an experience. And so we all have a role to play in how we help to build and attract people. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit. This is the results of some work that has come out of the Kingston Accommodation Partners that the city has supported, along with a number of the other stakeholders within cultural tourism. And I think it's remarkable. 2 years ago, we never thought this would be possible. And here we are in 2016 with all the different partners working together. And in fact, Kingston Accommodation Partners and Kingston Tourism have now signed an MOU to work together on what they call a One Voice campaign. So people have been aligned and galvanized around this notion of Kingston Fresh Made Daily, which is being pushed out in 2016 and is getting a lot of traction, particularly within the digital realm, as we promote Kingston through social media. So trying to sell the fact that there's some core truths about Kingston, that it's a place that's authentic, that it's a place that's youthful. And a comment earlier this morning talked about we need to foster a younger generation, new generations of people who care about the kinds of things we have to offer as much as the people around the room today. That we're smart and discerning, that we're creative in all forms, that we consciously blend the old and the new and see that as an asset, and that the community is always changing. And so recently, through this initiative, the Kingston Accommodation Partners took Kingston to Toronto with a project called Kingston Alley, and they took over a gallery space on Lower Ossington at Queen West, if you're familiar with Toronto, and for 3 days shared Kingston with the larger community. There were food, music, craft, art, musical performances over the 3 days, and the uptake and the traffic on social media as a result was truly remarkable. And this is one of the key things right now, that Kingston's not necessarily using traditional print media, radio, or advertising as much as it's leveraging social media to get the message out to as broad a cross-section of people as possible. And these are just some examples of things that were trending at the time. We even got so far as to get George Stroumboulopoulos to wear one of the new t-shirts that's been created that quotes a tragically hip song lyric. They shot a movie once in my hometown, so we've seen national interest in the work that we're doing. And in fact, at a recent AGM of the Kingston Accommodation Partners, Greg Clausen, who's been brought in as a consultant, and he was someone who was the executive director of a national tourism agency, shared his thoughts that he thinks Kingston right now has one of the strongest cultural tourism and tourism promotion plans that he's ever seen in Canada, which is pretty high praise for the way we're bringing our image forward right now. So that's the end of the slides, and I'm just going to quickly show you a video that just helps to highlight some of this for you. Thank you. So it may not be how all of you see Kingston, but I have to tell you through our experience working on this campaign with the stakeholders across the community that the excitement and enthusiasm is infectious. It's really taking hold, and we all have around this room a role to play. And I'm very happy to be able to share this with you, and we just hope to see this grow and Kingston's profile expand. And we're going to see that shortly on August 20th, when it looks like we're going to be celebrating the Tragically Hip and their long history here and their association with Kingston, and the national spotlight will be on our community when the CBC comes here to broadcast. And I think we're well positioned right now to put our best face forward. We've always known that Kingston's great, and now we're able to share it with a much broader audience. So thank you.
I will take the chair for a minute. Are there any questions? I have one request. If we could have the cultural heritage and cultural tourism strategy sent to the members of the committee by email, please. It is
Absolutely.
quite an exciting document. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And next, our Director of Planning, Paige Agnew, and Mr. Tony Fleming will be speaking to us, giving us a briefing on the legal interpretation of Section 42.
Yes, good morning and thank you. I'm Paige Agnew. I'm the Director of Planning, Building and Licensing for the City of Kingston. I know most of the people in the room, but for those of you I don't know, my portfolio helps to oversee some of the heritage work that takes place in Kingston. And today I'm happy to welcome to the group Mr. Tony Fleming. He's here from Cunningham Swan, and he's here to provide some explanation with respect to Section 42 of the Heritage Act. Tony?
Thank you, Paige. Good morning. Essentially, I'm going to walk through with committee very quickly the legislation, give you the interpretation of Section 42. Before we can get to Section 42 and understand its place in the legislation, we need to look at a few provisions earlier in the Act, in 33, which is familiar to committee, obviously. This is the alteration provision. This deals specifically with designated properties only. Within that section, subsection 4 provides that the council, after consultation with its municipal heritage committee, if one is established, shall, and it gives the things that council can do. It's important, and I've highlighted this, to emphasize that this is the regime that the province has created. For individually designated properties, there's no doubt that alterations must go first to the committee for consultation and then to council for a decision. Section 34 deals with demolition and removal. So within designated properties, within that section of the Act, the province has separated out alteration and demolition and removal. The provisions are essentially the same, but in my view, in looking at the structure of the Act and its implication, it's important that they have taken those and separated them out. And again, we see under that section, in subsection 2, for demolition and removal, consultation with the committee is mandatory. You must consult, if there is a committee established, before it goes to council for a demolition or a removal. Section 42 is the section that deals with properties within a designated heritage district. And I think it's important to note that within a district, the province has combined both alterations and demolition and removal within one section. They're not separated out into two sections as they were for alterations for individually designated property. So within Section 42, there are still two avenues or things that people can do to those properties: alterations and then demolition and removal. Still within Section 42, if you look at 4.1, actually let's look at 4 first. Within 90 days after the notice of receipt is served, or within longer period as agreed, the council may give the applicant the permit, they provide notice that they're refusing, or they can give terms and conditions. 4.1 then says, if you've established a heritage committee, council shall, before taking any action under subsection 4, with respect to an application to demolish or remove any building or structure. The province has expressly provided authority for consultation for removals and demolition. They have not provided authority for consultation where it is an alteration within a designated district. And that is the key distinction. So I've heard the delegations this morning, and I've heard a number of times, it doesn't prohibit consultation. Well, legislation doesn't need to expressly prohibit every single thing that cannot be done. There's an expression or a rule of statutory interpretation called the implied exclusion rule, where they have done one thing in the legislation and they have deliberately excluded that thing from a similar section. It is implied that that is excluded. The province doesn't need to expressly state that it's prohibited because they have treated the two district versus designated properties differently. It's Part 4 and Part 5. Because that is expressed in the legislation, in my opinion, the council, this committee, have no legal authority to mandate that people who are asking for alterations within a district be sent to the committee first. It's not something that council is doing to the committee or staff are doing to the committee or council. This is what the province has established as the regime. These are the rules of the road that the committee and council must follow. So that is the interpretation. And so the implication is, because there is no legal authority to require or to mandate that consultation, if you were to continue your past practice of mandating that consultation, it's my opinion that that process would be subject to challenge. And if someone refused to abide by that process, i.e. being sent to committee first, you would have no legal authority to require them to take that step. And so it's that aspect of being subject to challenge that I think is important for the city and for this committee to appreciate. This isn't, as I've heard from delegations, this isn't about taking away democracy or taking away process. You didn't have this right to start with. The province took this away, I think, in 2005. So the process is what it is. And I think to Councillor Schell's point, it's important to appreciate that this is not an undemocratic system. The decision is made by council, as the decision was always made by council. The only thing that's different is the province has removed a layer of process. And if you think about how this is set up, that layer of process was removed deliberately. I mean, it's clear in the Act when you read it that it's deliberately removed. But the reason for that seems obvious to me. If you have a designated district plan, that plan's been to the committee. It's been to council. You have established the rules for that district, and you've had public consultation on those rules. And so where you are doing alterations, and the alterations must comply with those rules, the added layer of the committee, the province has determined, is no longer necessary. You still need a council permission. That hasn't changed, and that's still an open public process. So I don't need to belabor the point. Those are my points to make on this. I'm happy to take questions from the committee.
I'll lead off with a couple questions for clarification. So recently, since the changes proposed by staff on behalf of legal counsel, there have been Part 5 change alterations that have come for consultation at the committee.
No doubt.
Without any specific recommendations, but for consultation that staff incorporates and then passes on to council. So that it's obviously not prohibited, or at least I believe that shows that staff's interpretation is it's not prohibited to choose to go to committee at times. Likewise, I'd like to know if council could defer alterations that come before them from staff to committee for comment or advice. This is sort of an ad hoc approach that doesn't seem to be prohibited by the Act. I'm just wondering what's your opinion about that?
If an applicant volunteers to go before committee, that's certainly within their prerogative. What the city cannot do is mandate that all applications go before committee. So there may have been an interim process leading up to the process that's being presented now. I'm not going to comment on the legality of that process because I don't think that process drives what's right moving forward. I think what you have before you is a reasonable process that still allows some members of the committee to have some input, but it's not a mandatory process that an applicant now has a two-stage process that they must go through to get their permit, because the province has said that's not something that we can do.
So, okay, so just to repeat what you just said. So an applicant can ask for to appear by the committee if they want to hear advice from committee members.
Absolutely. If an applicant wants to appear before the committee and have input from the committee and they think that that will benefit their application, of course they can ask for that.
So they could ask through staff, they could ask staff if they could, and then staff would bring it. And also to my question about council. So if council wasn't sure which way to go on an alteration, they could ask the committee for input had they not already received it.
Let me talk about that in two pieces.
Yeah.
First of all, council cannot require the applicant to appear before committee. If you're asking whether council could nevertheless ask the committee to comment on it, there may be a procedural justice or natural justice problem with that, in that
Now you're essentially saying to the applicant, we're going to ask the committee to give us their comments on this. If I am an applicant, I'm really, in that case, I don't have much choice but to appear before the committee, because otherwise I'm letting the committee deal with my application in my absence. I don't believe that would withstand scrutiny under this provision of the Act.
And my final question, sort of along the same lines. So it comes down to obligating an applicant to do that second step. But what about if staff looks at an application and thinks that they're lacking expertise on the technical aspects to deal with it? Is that why they've set up this technical advisory group? That's my understanding.
And staff always would have the opportunity to go out and require outside expertise if there was something that they weren't comfortable dealing with. That's sort of the normal process that they would deal with. And if a report was generated or comments were generated, those would obviously be shared with the applicant, and they would have an opportunity to respond as part of the application process.
And to the point of raised by both community associations, that it doesn't give the public an opportunity to comment on an alteration as a matter of course, by definition. What do you say from a legal standpoint? What do you say to that and regarding our principle of open government that's in our strategic priorities? Are there some things we just can't have open?
You must be governed by the Heritage Act. You don't have a choice. This is the act that applies to these types of applications. To the lack of transparency, it still is an open process. It still goes to council. Council still has that decision-making authority, so that is an open and transparent process. Nothing's been decided behind the scenes.
Okay, we'll go to the rest of the committee. Yes, Paul?
To go sort of along public consultations, whenever you do any renovations or anything, it does not only affect you, it affects your neighbors. When it goes to council, it's very limited, and a delegation can speak about it. There's not much public consultation there. Would it be better to have more public consultation than less for your neighbors? And that's sort of what Peter was saying. Where is that public consultation fit in this? I know it doesn't allow it, but shouldn't it happen as due diligence?
I can't speak to the legalities of public consultation. That isn't part of this act. So I would defer to staff in terms of what level of public consultation, what level of notice and that sort of thing is important to be able to get those comments in.
This is just a point of clarification. Is it the case that this process would be the first municipality in Ontario to adopt this process? Are there other municipalities that have adopted this process?
I haven't done the research. I know Mr. McLeod did some research, and I understand, and Mr. McLeod can correct me, both Ottawa and Toronto do not have a process by which alterations within a district go to committee. They simply go to council. With respect to this process, I haven't looked into that. I don't know if Mr. McLeod can speak to that point.
I can just confirm the same thing, that when we reviewed other jurisdictions, it was the case that you would only see alterations in districts going up through a committee when there was an ancillary demolition, for example. So, for example, I can think of in Ottawa, there was a building built actually over a building in, I believe, the market area, and they had to take away a chunk of the building to allow for the superstructure. That went through the committee because it was a combination of both an alteration and a demolition. You just didn't see the practice we had in Kingston. And again, I'm sorry, I don't have the same information about the Technical Advisory Committee, but I understand and agree with your position before that that's an earlier stage thing that is more about consultative expertise.
Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that has come up during our discussions of this has to do with the Ontario Municipal Board and the Ontario Conservancy Review Board. My understanding is under Part 4 designation alteration, if the owner doesn't agree with what council has decided, they go to the Ontario Conservation Review Board. Under designation Part 4 and all of Part 5, if the owner doesn't agree with what council has decided, it goes to the OMB. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I'd have to look at the act to be 100%, but that sounds right to me.
Okay, thank you, because I had sort of, when I started with Heritage, thought that the Ontario that board
Yes.
was the place that you went if you didn't like what council had decided. But now I understand it's actually the Ontario Municipal Board, which really, to me, is a whole other area that is quite huge. So I'm glad I now sort of understand the enormity, actually, of a lot of this, because the Ontario Municipal Board is a very strong organization, and there's no appeal after they make a decision.
Only on a point of law.
Yeah, thank you. So, and that's what I think what I'm getting at. It's legal. The Ontario Municipal Board, it deals on points of law that we've been discussing as well today. Thank you.
Just to follow, I just want a quick follow-up. So to the point of other municipalities that Catherine raised, so if another municipality, not Ottawa, Toronto, but a smaller one perhaps, was following a process similar to what we used to have here as we did, and they haven't received this advice and they haven't changed, what is the consequence for those municipalities should they continue to operate in that fashion? They're in contravention to the Act, so what are the consequences?
They shouldn't continue to operate in that fashion. It's like speeding on the 401. Until they get caught and someone calls them to account, you can keep speeding on the 401. Would I recommend it? No.
Right. So your advice to these other municipalities would be the same as you're giving us, is that you're...
I'm not tailoring it to you. That is my opinion.
Okay. Mac, you're next.
Just to be clear, so what you're saying is that, I get very clear what you're saying about a heritage district. So buildings that are designated under Part 4 in other parts of the city, does this also apply to them?
No. If it is an individual designation, that goes through the normal process under Part 4, and that would come to the committee for consultation.
Does that make any sense to you?
Doesn't matter if it makes any sense to me. That's what the province is telling us to do. It makes sense to me in the sense that I described earlier, that you have that layer of protection in the district plan that you don't have for individually designated properties. And that is how I would explain to you why the province has two different ways of approaching individually designated versus district properties.
And the other, and you're also stating in your opinion that that if it's in a district, and even if it's a Part 4, it falls under the plan of the district as opposed to the fact that it already was a Part 4 designation.
Correct. That's in the Act itself.
So I've got a letter here from Bert Duclas, Heritage Outreach Consultant for the Program Planning and Delivery Unit of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture and Sports in Toronto. And this was directly answering a question that someone had asked them just about this very issue. And in the first paragraph, he agrees with you. He says that that there's no law that says that you have to consult with a heritage committee before making a decision. His second paragraph says this. It's very short. I'm going to read it. That being said, many councils, recognizing the value of advice provided, do consult with this heritage committee when it is considering changes to property in a heritage conservation district. Often this non-statutory role is identified in the committee's terms of reference. The only guidelines that council and/or a municipality heritage committee, as it applies to alterations of a property in a heritage conservation district, are those within the heritage district, conservation district plan passed by the bylaw by council. So do you think he is wrong?
Well, I don't know the context of the question that was asked of him or the rest of the letter. If he's saying that you, as a municipality, have the authority to require someone to appear before the committee in a designation for an alteration, then yes, he would be wrong.
So I understand the part about forcing an applicant to come, but if the city decided in their wisdom that they would like the advice of the Heritage Committee on all the issues that come before them for Part 5 or Part 4, without necessarily having the applicant involved. I think earlier you said that in your opinion, you think that would not be proper because the applicant would feel that he had to be there. But at the same time, we're setting up this committee, or the proposal for a committee to have members of our committee with the planning with the heritage planner, with no consultation with the owner there. And it doesn't make sense to me. I think that's an interpretation that the city could not ask for information from the Heritage Committee. I guess that's my statement as opposed to more of a question.
Yeah, and we are going to deal with this under business, and our input will be being noted by staff. So maybe if you could hold your
this
comment.
come up later?
Yeah, this is still just the briefing questions. So questions only. So it's very easy to get into the statements, but questions only at this point. Yes, Peter?
Thank you. This issue arises, as I understand it, from the silence under Section 42 regarding any role of this committee for alterations as opposed to demolitions, etc. And my understanding is that you have said that because it is silent on that, it is legally forbidden. Is that what I should understand? You're saying that we can't do it because it isn't mentioned, that when something in a legal format is not mentioned, it's thereby forbidden?
That's a gross overstatement and misunderstanding of what I've said with respect. I've taken you through the legislation, and I've shown you why in an individually designated property, the province has specifically and expressly established the rules for consultation. Then within the district, they have established rules for consultation, and they have deliberately omitted consultation for alterations. So it's not a situation where I'm saying carte blanche, if something is silent, it's absolutely prohibited in every statute everywhere. What I'm saying is, in the context of this statute, when you read it as a whole, that is the clear and deliberate intent of the province to remove that consultation piece. So within this statute, in this context, yes, it's not permitted.
Might I ask a supplementary question? On what grounds do you conclude that the silence on this matter was a deliberate strategy on the part of the people writing this law?
Had they wanted to include it, they would have. They put it in the other sections very clearly. They put this section in place and put consultation very clearly and limited it very clearly to demolition and removal only. And the general principle of statutory interpretation, the implied exclusion rule, is because they omitted it, it is deliberate.
Are you not confirming my initial statement while objecting to the word forbidden?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, thanks, Peter. I have a question that would help put this into context, asking for your opinion. So a couple of the delegations mentioned that the Part 5 Heritage Conservation for Sydenham and Berryfield ironically actually provide less protection for individual properties than they had before the districts were established. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't.
Could you explain?
Certainly. You have established a heritage district plan which creates a series of rules related to that district specifically that were subject to public consultation. They were subject to committee comments. They went through council. They have those rules in place where an individually designated property does not. So the only thing that is missing is the layer of process of coming to the committee and getting committee's recommendation to council. But council still stands as the decision-making body. They still have staff recommendations. There's still the application process. So I don't believe that it has less protection simply because it has lost that one procedural step.
would it be true that if you had a heritage committee that was very stingy in giving approval to alterations, that it would offer more protection than that in the district plan as is proposed?
Well, committee doesn't give approvals, so whatever recommendation you give to council, it's still up to council to decide. Council could be far more stringent than a committee in some municipalities. Council could be far more lenient in some municipalities. What the council does with the recommendation is what's important. The recommendation obviously is still important, and council should be considering that recommendation, but to your point, I don't think you can make that kind of generalization.
So to sum up, the public consultation and the back and forth that happens at the committee level that people often mention as an asset, especially to open government, it is not an option legally, a legal option to council on heritage matters in Part 5.
For alterations, unless they volunteer to be part of that process.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Schell and then Mac.
Just one thing to clarify. My understanding is that any heritage property that's designated under Part 4, it is the heritage attributes that we get to discuss and decide on as a committee. However, under a district designation, the Part 4, it stays the same. It's the heritage attributes that count in terms of alterations. But you could actually add in more to the discussion that staff would be discussing because it's got a heritage designation. So the other properties, the look, the streetscape, all sorts of things come in to play as well. But the most important thing is that nothing has changed in terms of heritage attributes. They have to be considered under Part 4 or Part 5. And that seems to be the sense that we're getting, that people are thinking that the heritage attributes rule is being watered down under district, but my understanding is not at all.
It is, the property is still individually designated. That does not change. The bylaw didn't disappear when the district went on top. Your explanation of it is exactly right. You get additional layers of protection within the district plan that are added to the designation individually. You don't subtract the individual designation.
Back you next.
So I guess one thing that I'm very surprised at is that all through the Sydenham Ward ratepayers considering and initiating to become a district, there was never any mention of the fact that once they became a district, they would have, in my mind, less protection. Do you think the city staff was negligent in not notifying the applicants and the initiators of that fact? Because it certainly is a surprise to me, and I've been on the committee for many years.
Sorry, Mac, that question's out of order. You can't suggest negligence or wrongdoing on the part of staff.
Do you think that would have been helpful for the Sydenham Ward ratepayers when they initiated their desire to protect their district more? It would have been helpful if they had known the fact that they would get, in my mind, what is less protection?
I can't comment on what they may or may not have thought at the time, sir.
Sorry, I'm going to ask that question in a different way. So the Sydenham District Plan is somewhat unique in the sense that it does have descriptions of heritage attributes of individual buildings in the plan. It's a very thorough plan. So if those attribute descriptions were done fully in line with the Part 4 alteration, or the Part 4 designation that existed previously, and some of these designations are quite old. If that was the case, then the plan would actually offer more protection than previously. But if you had a plan that did not list individual properties like they had been in the Part 4 designations, does that mean that those individual heritage attributes from the Part 4, because once you're in a heritage district, that's what rules the council's decision, does that mean that those individual properties no longer enjoy that protection unless it's described like it is in the Sydenham plan?
I'll make sure I understand your question. I think your question is similar to Councillor Schell's. If you have a property that is individually designated, and then that property becomes part of a heritage district, that property is still subject to its individual designation bylaw with its listed attributes. And in addition to that, it must also conform with the district plan.
And so the only difference is one of process where the heritage application would go to council and not the committee because it's under Part 5.
Correct.
Even if it's Part 4 designated.
Correct.
So council would have to abide by the heritage attributes.
Council will have to look at those heritage attributes and make a decision based not only on the heritage attributes, but also on the district plan.
Right.
That's correct.
And so really the difference on the layering is only in process, not in heritage protection.
Correct. It's only process, not the actual legislated or bylaw protections themselves.
Thank you. Chairman.
Thank you. This is really hard to get my head around, the legality. So it appears if protected, if there is no system of protection, a property is designated, and then designated offers protection, attributes, etc., are identified. When that property, if that property is so protected, designated, and then becomes an element, a part of a larger district, that property still has its designation. The district, so when you apply for a heritage permit, the permit is required because of the designation. The review of that permit is not required by this committee because it is in a Part 5 district?
Correct.
Is that so?
Correct. So it doesn't lose its designation, the attributes are still there, and if an alteration is proposed to one of those attributes, a permit is required because any change to an attribute must be dealt with. It has the additional protection of the district, and changes in the district are set out. So it has those two layers of protection, and as I discussed with Councillor Stroud, the process is different. That's the change.
Yes, Chairman.
So then, as I see it, what potentially, what I see is the significance of this committee, or a responsibility of this committee, is to help the community develop an appropriate designation or plan that protects a property, and once that designation or plan is created, it is then enforced, empowered, encouraged, required, possibly by law, to be followed by and administered by the staff by the municipality professionals, not so much by this committee. Is that so?
If you're saying the responsibility for processing applications within a district?
Adhering to the designation bylaw. Adhering to the designation bylaw.
Ultimately, that's council's responsibility, as it always is. But yes, staff are tasked with ensuring that they've considered and reviewed, if there's a designation bylaw, that, as well as the district, to provide council with its recommendations and conclusions upon which council will make its decision.
Then, excuse me, for clarity then, then it is, if council is responsible for making that decision, they can be assured that, or they need to be assured that appropriate review has been performed, that an application does meet the requirements of the limiting legislation, or so to speak.
Correct.
And it appears staff, when going to make that decision, has to ask for support or advocacy, which is this committee. And there doesn't appear to be a way in which staff can do that outside of this.
Staff have the ability as they do with any application, to look for outside expertise if they don't feel comfortable that they have the internal expertise to provide council with appropriate recommendations. Certainly this committee is a resource, and under Part 4, it's the resource that's mandated by the province to be consulted. But it doesn't mean that staff can't look for that expertise elsewhere if they need it for Part 5 alteration applications.
Jamie.
I suspect I might be asking the same question as Sherman, but I need to hear it in different words. So if I understand correctly, then that the critical go-to document in terms of process and legality would be the district plan for councillors then, in terms of what they decide.
If a property is not already individually designated, yes,
Right.
it would be the district plan that would govern how the application is processed and the considerations that must be looked at in order to issue or not issue a permit or issue a permit with conditions.
Okay, and it's the responsibility of the municipality to develop that district plan, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fleming, are you staying for the business item that when we come to the consultation part?
I hadn't been asked to, but I'm in staff's hands. I'm seeing some nods, so apparently I am.
Okay, so that would lead me to think we're out of questions for the time being, but when we get into giving our input to staff, we might need to refer back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, we're done with the briefings. It's 5 to 12, so the next, we're into the business items. It occurred to me, looking at the clock, that at some point we might have to break for lunch so we don't start fainting, but we'll see how it goes. The first item of business is cultural heritage, 8A, the administrative plan for the 2016-17 City of Kingston Heritage Fund by CAM, Art Galleries and Historic Sites. So I guess I'll look to staff to introduce this information report, and then we'll field any questions from committee members or members of the public. Mr. Wigington.
Through you, Councillor Stroud, this information report is coming forward to Heritage Kingston at this juncture as part of an annual process that Cultural Services engages with the Kingston Association of Museums. They are required to review on an annual basis the Heritage Fund and bring forward an administration plan for council ratification. And so in the past, this has been brought forward through the Arts Recreation Community Policy Committee. So this is the first chance we've had to bring it to Heritage Kingston. So it's here for an information report, and the committee should just know that the next step is that it goes forward as a separate recommend report to council, I believe on July 12th.
Quick question, is this also going to ARC as well to be presented?
In response to your question, no, because we now have this structure where museums and heritage funding fall under this new committee. This is the channel that it moves through.
So you've seen the report in the package. It's on the record. You have an opportunity to ask questions of staff before this report goes to council. Councillor Schell.
Thank you. I did warn Director Wigington. Page 15. C4, eligible for operating grant organizations must be directed or recognized, be directed by recognized cultural heritage professionals and/or experienced volunteers. I would just like to know, is there a definition of experienced volunteers? I think partly your briefing touched on this, but how you regard experienced volunteers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the purposes of the administration plan for the Heritage Fund, that was created out of the recognition that much of the cultural heritage activity in Kingston historically has been driven by volunteer-run organizations, and that they've had a large stake in helping to create the context within which we work now. So trying to recognize that there is a mix within the heritage sector of both professionalized organizations as well as volunteer-run organizations. So that eligibility rule is part of the fact that not only is it potentially professional or volunteer, but the key criteria are also that it's an incorporated not-for-profit and has been so for 2 years and has a track record of demonstrated ability in terms of operating a facility or organization and also programming.
Sorry, just as a follow-up, so you have a good understanding of what experienced volunteers means for the purposes, and there's a history to it, but it's not explicitly defined anywhere in any document?
In response to you, no, there isn't a definition that's contained in the administrative plan.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to members of the public to this item only. Any questions, comments from members of the public to this item? Seeing none. Oh, yeah, I see one. Okay, please. Actually, you need to come to the podium to ask your question or make your comment. All members of the public, should you wish to speak to any agenda item that is permitted at one point, you have one chance to speak. You can make comments or ask questions. You need to come to the podium and you need to identify yourself as a resident of Kingston.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank Dixon, Williamsville resident. I want to thank staff for the report. I know it's been a lot of consultation and hard work that's gone into it, so very impressive body of work. And my one question has to do with, could this plan be utilized to assist the Marine Museum of the Great Lakes with its current crisis, and if so, how?
I guess that's the only question. Anyone in staff can field that. Commissioner Hurdle?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think we've taken a bit of a separate and individual approach for the Marine Museum, which has been presented to Council on June 29th and was endorsed as an interim solution. We're continuing to work very closely with the Marine Museum, and that's something I think we'll kind of work through separately because there are very specific challenges.
So they're getting special treatment and special attention. Thank you. Any other members of the public? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next agenda item. There's a couple empty spots that are permanent spots on the agenda. So item B is policy development and implementation, which does not have anything today. Item C is heritage assets. There's the Pump House Steam Museum. There's no report today. And then item, where are we now? I've gotten out of order. Sorry about that. That's why I need a binder for this. The statutory business, item C, item 2 is McLaughlin Woodworking Museum, and then business 8D is statutory business, historically always the heavy part of the agenda. So we're starting that now with the item already introduced by Ms. Agnew and Mr. Fleming, the proposed consultation process for Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I don't know if Ms. Agnew wants to speak to, I guess, the process that we're going to follow now for input. Commissioner Hurdle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the report that's before the committee today is actually an information report. It's for consultation purpose. So there are no recommendations today. we're not expecting a vote, obviously, from the committee at this point. But we're looking for some feedback, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way or a process that we could establish where we could still get some involvement from members of the committee in terms of providing advice and input based on the presentation that was provided earlier from Mr. Fleming. So trying to follow and respect the legislation, but still provide an opportunity for members of the committee to be involved in the details of the conversations around those particular applications under Part 5. The other process or interim process that we have been using, which I don't think has been very productive, I will say even from a staff perspective, is one where we present information report to the committee. We get some feedback and input at the committee level. It does create a bit of a duplication process with council, so it's not necessarily the most time-sensitive process. I recognize that. And also the fact that we do have a 90-day period process to make a decision, or else it's deemed to be accepted or approved. The other piece that I want to add is, because there were comments about staff not being able to seek any advice, which I want to reassure the committee that we do actually have agreements in place with various consultants that we can reach out to on a regular basis should we have questions. So the heritage planners do have access to individuals like Andre Scheinman, for example, that do come with a lot of knowledge and expertise. And we do that outside of working with the committee. So that's something that's available for staff to do. But we're really trying to find a way to continue to get the input from the committee members in light of the information that was presented earlier by Mr. Fleming.
Okay, so this is the opportunity for committee members to make comments, to ask questions, to inform staff of what they think the best way forward is. Please reference the proposal that's in the report. The consultation it's proposed to be formalized in a advisory group setting, a technical advisory group setting, which would not be, as has been pointed out, a public meeting like this one, and would consist of 4 members of the Heritage Committee. So now is our chance to discuss this. So who wants to go first? Paul.
As part of someone that's more on the cultural, tangible cultural side, I agree with having technical experts, and I agree in contact like this process, but I do still have a concern of not having public consultation for these heritage places. So that's my only concern, is there's no public consultation, so, or it limits it.
Okay. I think that's been well identified, and I agree. Councillor Schell?
Thank you. One question popped in my head. Under Part 5, does anyone who wants to make an alteration to any property, say in Sydenham District, have to come to Heritage staff under Part 5, even if it's something that was built 2 years ago?
So is any, I guess that's a question for Mr. Leary, is any application to alterations in a Part 5 district have to come to Heritage staff?
Mr. Chair, our staff have been delegated a certain number of approval authorities for minor alterations. So those type of alterations that fall into that category do come through staff and don't come to this committee. There is also a council-endorsed definition for maintenance, which is even more minor type changes, cyclical upkeep of properties that don't require a permit. And on top of that, in each district plan, there's a section that outlines a number of alterations that don't require a permit. And if alterations meet any of those type of definitions, then those alterations don't need a permit either. So there's a number of different checks and balances we do before, or to determine what type of approval is necessary.
So just to sort of walk through the process. So if someone in Old Sydenham District wants to make a change, they approach City of Kingston in general, but they get planning staff first. And they have to decide whether it applies under the district plan or under the bylaw, whether Heritage staff needs to look at it or not, correct?
That's correct. We deal with a number of inquiries daily on folks wanting to make changes or an upkeep to their property, and our first line is to properly understand what they want to do, and then to find out what type of approvals, if any, are necessary. So certainly, yeah, we would check that and process accordingly.
Councillor Schell?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that because one of the discussions about the Sydenham District Heritage District was, since all properties now will come under the district, heritage staff may have a balloon of work to do, a massive change in the amount of work because the whole district is now a heritage district. So when I read this about the idea of the technical staff, I was content as an experiment because, of course, this whole process has been something of an experiment, and we keep learning new things almost weekly. So I'm happy to have us try this and see if it works. We may find that we don't even need the technical committee. Staff are perfectly capable with the experts that they can hire of doing the job. But considering the extra workload that seems to be appearing because of district designations, I think this is a good alternative to this committee working on the technical side. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw a couple hands, so we'll go with Peter next.
Thank you. We've been advised by legal counsel that the silence on the matter of consulting the committee in terms of alterations within the Part 5 constitutes is interpreted to mean that it would be improper. I don't understand if the silence interprets that to be improper, why it wouldn't also interpret the appointment or the involvement of individuals on the committee as technical experts to be improper. I mean, that also is not mentioned in the legal document, and it would seem to me the logic of the absence of reference to the committee would apply to members of the committee, which is the recommendation, or is the possible recommendation which we are being asked to comment on today.
Yes, and before, I'm going to go to staff for that, but I also would like to know sort of the rationale that it has to be Heritage Kingston members that are on the technical advisory group, as opposed to any technical experts that could be found in City of Kingston that are willing to volunteer, and the reasons for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this obviously is a proposal that we've put forward, and that's why we're here to gain feedback from the committee. If there's an interest to expand and have the 4 members broader than the committee, that's fine. There's nothing in the legislation that prevents staff from consulting with experts or individuals in the community that have expertise. It doesn't say that goes against the legislation. So what we are proposing is to set up a process where staff could do that with individuals that have expertise. Our first thought was to involve some members of the committee. They don't represent or they do not speak for the committee as a whole. So to be clear, the 4 members are not there speaking on behalf of the entire Heritage Kingston committee. They're there speaking as experts with knowledge and expertise. And that's really what we wanted to get to through this process, as well as consulting with other experts like consultants like Andre Scheiman as required and needed.
Thank you. So I guess the answer to your question, it's not the same legal situation.
Well, I was very surprised that the silence was interpreted as broadly as it was. And if it is interpreted that broadly, I'm not sure what the limits of that interpretation of the meaning of silence is. And the answer I've just been given makes sense, but I don't think it's an entirely conclusive answer to the query.
And I guess Mr. Fleming's not here at the moment? Yeah, he's not here at the moment to give us further legal insight to that. But my understanding from his explanation was that the fact that certain things are described explicitly in one section of the Act and left out of a different section of the Act under the same context, the difference being Section 4 or Part 4 or Part 5, and that conspicuous opposition as you read the whole Act is the basis of his opinion. My understanding, the logical conclusion would be that we may be more likely to have an application appealed at the OMB should we not change our process. That is the conclusion that I take from it.
My logical conclusion from this is that it's a disadvantage for this committee to exist when it comes to Part 5 heritage matters.
Okay, so I saw Mac, I saw Patricia, I saw Paul. I think Mac was first, but I'll go in that order, and then Sherman.
Thank you very much. I certainly looked at the proposal that they made, where there's 4 members of the committee or 4 members of the public that advise the Heritage Committee, or pardon me, that advise the Heritage Planners. I've been on this committee for many years, and I was on the committee for 9 years back in the late 80s and 90s. And what has come out of it for me is that the value of this committee is not on an individual basis, sort of saying, I think this is what's going to happen. It's a matter of having dialogue. We've always been an advisory committee, and we have dialogue with the owners. We have dialogue amongst each other. I might come into a committee and say, like for example, the last committee meeting, they're suggesting that we go on Dash and we look up what heritage proposals are coming forward, and if we want to make comment, then we write that out and send it to them. And Sherman did a very good job of that on some of the last issues. I think working in isolation is totally different than working along with the public and being an advisory committee such, suppose it's just telling them no or yes. And another point is very similar to what always been brought up, but I mean, how is our committee support staff with the option that we've been talking about, where they bring in 4 people to help with the heritage planners, be different from the city asking Heritage Committee to give advice? In both situations, City Council still has the final say. They've always had the final say. Therefore, responsibilities for actions re any OMB objections is still their responsibility. But how can they be denied, if desired, for the council to ask the Heritage Committee for their opinion? And if not, then why are we here?
Did you want staff to respond?
Yes, I would like to know what the difference is between having 4 people sitting down with technical staff and council in their wisdom deciding that they would like our opinion on the process. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the applicants have to come, in my mind. I think this is really a very subjective analysis.
Okay, Commissioner Hurdle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe Mr. Fleming can help me out and add to that from a legal perspective, because I am not a legal expert. But my understanding is that the difference would be that if you have something going through the committee and there's a recommendation coming from the committee, it's something that's going directly to council as a recommendation from the committee. If staff work with individuals that have expertise, at the end of the day, they may and may not take some of the input from those experts, but at the end of the day, it will be a staff recommendation to council. And if that was ever challenged at the OMB, it would be obviously a staff having to support that position. It's not the members that we're proposing would be providing advice are not speaking on behalf of the committee and are not making a formal recommendation on behalf of the committee. They're acting individually in terms of their own expertise and advice.
But the final decision is still made by council, whether they're being advised by staff with a few other experts, or whether they're being advised. They can look at our opinion of the committee and these people that they've selected because they think that we have expertise in this field. You know, they haven't just gone out and said, let's just pick names out of a hat. They've selected these people because they think that we have expertise in our particular fields. So why is it that they couldn't ask our advice? They don't have to take our advice. You know, they don't have to take the advice of the planning department either. They can deny, you know, when it comes to council, they can say, we don't agree with the heritage planners. We think we should do X. They can do the same thing with us. I just don't understand that interpretation.
I think we're all
or agree with it.
Yeah, we're all struggling with this. What you're kind of saying is it's kind of a moot point who is advising staff, whether it's members of this committee or someone else. If it's not in an open setting in this committee and it's not a committee decision as opposed to individual opinions, then it doesn't really matter that it's happening, and that council should be able to ask the committee its opinion as a committee.
And we've always been an advisory committee. All we're doing is giving advice. The city can say, no, we don't want that advice. And through my experience, it's been incredibly good for both applicants and the city that we can have a dialogue and we can explain why one way might work better than the other, and they can make their decisions. It's still advice one way or the other, and city council can say yay or nay to that advice.
Next on my list was Patricia.
I wasn't on the previous Built Heritage group, but I was on the MACAC committee, the Museums and Collections Advisory Committee. And so we didn't approve anything. We provided advice and perspective and insight to staff. And staff supplemented their work by getting the expertise wherever it is from technical advisors or from the public or from doing evaluations. And then they would bring it to us for feedback. And of course, there are always times when you want to make more of an impact, or you want what you believe to be the rule, to be the law. But I think as a whole, the group functioned very well as an advisory group. An example, it's easy to think in the Built Heritage terms of, you know, how this is kind of, speaking as kind of an outsider, not having been in the previous Built Heritage group, this is part of the transitioning process to being the more advisory body. And it's harder when there are, you know, particular issues. And I'll give you a really good example. The Phoebe. The Phoebe was a hot issue, and it was a hot issue for Museums and Collections Committee. And what we provided, you know, the advice or the perspective or our recommendation is not what ended up following through. And so we could easily say, well, what was the point of us being there? Because we all brought different types of expertise to the movable heritage area. Movable heritage is like not built heritage. But I think that all the discussion and the conversation did help, I believe, the staff to do their job and then to, you know, make other plans or to go with the direction it eventually followed. But I still think that we made a positive impact. And I think what I'd like to say is that, and I think Councillor Schell makes such an excellent point when she talked about heritage attributes. And from my perspective, in this issue, not being as close to it as some of you may be in terms of the built heritage, I really do believe that we play a very strong role in making the foundations strong. So if we have strong heritage attributes, if we have strong heritage philosophy and strong heritage plans, and if we put all those fundamental building blocks in place and then trust you know, and those have to be followed, we get to say that those have to be followed, then maybe we can feel more comfortable and then going on in our work and our roles in our advisory capacity. That's my comment.
Thank you for those comments and for your perspective from your former position with the other committee. Next on my list is Paul.
I remember when we restructured this committee, went from Heritage to Kingston Heritage, we put in place the working groups, and the working groups were going to do the work, and they were going to come to us and approve in a public setting. In particular, the Heritage Property Working Group, would this not fit within them, where they would work as maybe the technical expertise people, and then it would still be able to come to us in a public setting to sort of give guidance and approve it to go to the next level to council? Or is the Heritage Property Working Group not their mandate? Can someone clarify that?
Yeah, maybe staff or Ms. Agnew could answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try. And certainly, Alan, you may want to jump in. This is a topic that you and Councillor Sherrill may remember, and Mac, as we went through the Kingston transition team, which then became Heritage Kingston. And I think the key distinction there was that from a procedural perspective, the standing committees of this committee are therefore associated with council because they're formally discussed and they're referenced through our documentation, so that it's a more formalized relationship. So there is a difference between some kind of activity that could formally take place within that group, and if the legislation doesn't give us the ability to do that, then where we're proposing something that's less formalized, that would be more appropriate from that perspective.
Through the chair, not only is it less formal, it's an earlier point. When we think about all the processes within the Heritage Act, there is a beginning and a middle and the end. And the end can be the Ontario Municipal Board or the Conservation Review Board. They come from council. Prior to that, there is, in some instances, but not all, committee participation. Prior to that, there's forming the application. So the idea is an applicant comes forward, expresses an idea that I want to do this, and speaks to staff to figure out what process is what we followed. I am understanding that the technical committee would be placed at a pre-consult or a consultation phase prior to the application actually being finalized, so that it's at a stage prior to the one where the committee does or doesn't get involved based on the decision in the act that the legislature made. So that's another aspect of it. It's an earlier stage point where this technical advisory group would meet.
That's a very interesting point that I didn't glean from the report, and I think that it's an important one. If the application is not yet, if it's at the phase where staff is figuring out how to deal with the application, then that's actually an excellent time for expert advice. It still leaves the question of who should be that expert advice, and I think I heard from Commissioner Hurdle that she's somewhat flexible on who the technical advisory group members might be. Can I ask again, does it have to be 4 members that sit on this committee?
Mr. Chair, no, it doesn't. We suggested that because we recognize that members of the committee would most likely want or would like to be involved.
Maybe I could suggest that perhaps we might want to claim dibs or first crack at it. And if we don't have 4 volunteers, maybe we could look elsewhere, recognizing the status that has been placed, all of us have been chosen by council to perform these heritage duties. So next on my list was Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll refer to my notes. It appears that the key issue is to whether the review process is public or not, and not whether it's relevant, that is what service we offer, but whether public can oversee this service. I liken it to the working group. If it is that my contribution is through a working group that is not public, that doesn't answer that public request. That is a public process. So, but then I think, why is public asking for their right to review? And it's to question whether the law is being addressed or not, whether staff, whether whoever is doing the right job and following the rules. Are we here to make sure that staff and people are doing the right job and following the rules? And then we're going to say to council, don't worry, they're following the rules. No one's going to challenge you on this. If it's all about whether we're following the rules or not, I'm not in a position to say what the rules are. I'm in a position to advise what the appropriate rules may be, but not to enforce those rules. I'm in a position to say whether I think if this is the rule that was created, yes, this act follows that rule, but is public looking to me to represent them to then say or provide some proof that the process is being followed, the rules are being followed? I see that there's a great initiative to create appropriate rules, create appropriate guidelines, create appropriate criteria. But then the next step is how we use that criteria, how we use those guidelines. And I don't think it's the position of this committee, myself, I take responsibility for, that I will not do a job that someone else should be paid to do. I will not give free professional advice, and I don't think the city should ask for free professional advice. If they're looking for professional opinions, that's not us. We're volunteering opinions, and the volunteered opinion is in a public forum, of which I think is mandatory. If it is that we are offering an opinion, it is in a public forum, and it is not advice.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm inferring from your comments that you wouldn't be willing to serve on that technical advisory group. And
in this committee, I would. Outside that committee, it's a working group.
If it's not a public process, right. Okay. Anyone else? Mac.
One thing I forgot to bring up, I talked about earlier when the lawyer was up speaking earlier about the letter from Bertrand Duclos, who is obviously, a provincial. He's a heritage outreach consultant that worked for the province that has made these rules, and the question to him was, is there any requirement under the Ontario Heritage Act for a council to consult with this municipal heritage committee? And as I said before, the first paragraph says no, they don't have to. But the second paragraph, and this his opinion, I think we should have some weight here, as he's a provincial employee and in charge of this particular branch. That being said, many councils recognize the value of advice provided. Do consult with this heritage committee when it is considering changes to property in a heritage conservation district. Others, often this non-statutory role is identified in the committee's terms of reference. The only guidelines that guide council and our municipal heritage committee as it applies to alterations of a property in the heritage conservation district are those within the heritage conservation district plan passed by the bylaw by council. So here is an opinion that yes, there's no law that says you have to go to the heritage committee for advice, but he's saying that many councils do, and and I think that Kingston has been a leader for. We wrote the initial legislation, and we've been a leader, in the province ever since, and across Canada to a certain degree. And I just think we're setting a really bad precedent. And I've got a letter here I'd just like to read that I had wrote to the committee members. It says, "Dear Peter and fellow committee members, as you know, I've been unhappy with the direction that the Heritage Commission has taken in the last few years, particularly in the recent revamping of our important committee. I was on the transition team to help find some ways to speed up the process of heritage with the new amalgamation of culture and museums. Except for expanding the committee from 9 people to the proposed 6, it was a complete waste of time. I think we've had a very good committee members, and we have good heritage planners, but that is not the issue. When we think about our 3 heritage districts and the reasons why they have been designated as such, is it not because these are some of the most important historic areas in our beautiful city, and it was not the intention of creating these districts to further protect our heritage? We certainly heard that today from the people from both Berryfield and from Sydenham. They thought they're getting further protection. I was shocked to find out that Part 5 designations would not come to our committee, but go directly to staff and then on to council with no real input from our committee. And then I was more shocked when the buildings that were Part 4 in these areas will also be treated in the same way. This was not the policy of the past with designated districts and was never discussed with them. None of this was brought up in the transition team meetings, and no consultation with this committee happened. This was totally staff initiated. The staff tells us that we go on Dash and send in this, they're talking about the last time we were at the committee here, they've changed their minds somewhat now, that we go on Dash and send in comments that could be read by our staff and council. But I've been on the Heritage Committee for many years, and where the real value comes out of our advisory committee is when there's discussion with people who have vast amounts of experience and ideas are traded back and forth, not written in some kind of vacuum. Heritage planners and other municipalities that for years have looked to Kingston as an example of good stewardship are shocked by these developments. I've struggled with this turn of events for some time now. I'm very disappointed as I think that the city has had poor legal advice on these issues and see no option but to regretfully resign in protest from what has become, from a built heritage perspective, not culture or museums, a total sham of a heritage committee. And I must say that I encourage others to do the same. Now, I was going to submit that today. I'm going to wait and just see what comes out of this committee and see if the council in their wisdom decide that the Heritage Committee actually does have a role in Part 5 designations. I agree with Sherman that having a private meeting with staff and having no public process there is not the way to go. So I'm holding this letter back now, but from my perspective, if we don't have any say over Part 5 areas, which are some of the most important areas in our city, I don't really feel I have any value on this committee, and I think I should be doing something else. So that's my statement.
I'd just like to say that I respect your honesty and candor sharing that with us, and ask that you think about it carefully. And I'd like to also add that I'm been thinking along much the same lines myself, but I feel trapped as a Sydenham representative, that I need to be here. But at the same time, if I can't defend as a member of Heritage the HCD where I live myself, and the building, which is Part 4 designated in my Part 5 district, where I live with my children and where I want to stay, I feel much the same as you. That being said, I've never given up on anything in my life. So if we can find a solution that maintains what is right for the people of Kingston and the people of the various districts, and maintains that public element to it, if we can find a solution that is not contrary to the Act, then I think we'll have won. And I don't think we're there yet. So I'm wondering if I could ask the Commissioner how time-sensitive a nature this proposed process question. If it seems to me that we may not be able to finish digesting everything we heard from legal today, and in light of these sobering comments, if there's any way we could revisit this in the future.
Mr. Chair, absolutely, that it could be, it's a conversation that could continue. In the meantime, we would continue to implement the interim process that we have been utilizing in terms of bringing reports to the committee for consultation, and then bring in a recommendation to council.
What timelines are we looking at then? Would that be, or is it flexible, or?
In terms of the final process, we obviously wanted to obtain some feedback from the committee first. So if we want to continue that conversation in August, which would be the next committee meeting, we could do that. And it's only after we've obtained more information from committee members on the process that we would bring a final proposed process back for the committee to have that. So it would most likely then be September.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, Jamie.
It's going to alter a bit in light of what Sherman said, because I do support not doing work for free, which should be paid. However, I think it should be acknowledged that the suggestion indicates a willingness of city staff to include and to maintain community involvement on some level within legal parameters. However, I just wanted to point out, in conjunction with this, however it actually practically works out, it seems to me that the formation of district plans now become even more important in light of the current situation, how those are developed and how communities have input into those plans, and the level of community buy-in to those plans seem particularly critical now, and that those plans themselves could perhaps, in terms of community involvement, add that layer that seems to be being altered at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a meeting at 1 o'clock, so I won't be able to stay. I'm going to try and get back here for 2, because you might be here. I'd just like to say these meetings, the way things are working, are incredibly intense, but I'm learning masses. I mean, we've never had these kind of discussions before about heritage and how we decide things on heritage. So I'm fascinated by what's going on. I think it's an incredible process. I wish I could continue, but like I say, I hope I'll be back. But and I understand the intensity of this, because heritage did start in Kingston by intense volunteers back in the 70s. We've now professionalized a lot of it, and we've added heritage and culture as city departments that didn't exist 5 years ago. So to me, this is all part of the process that is, the back and forth and shove how we're going to work this out going forward. So I'm really pleased at the process, and obviously we're still talking, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before you go, could you just take the chair for me?
Take the chair and recognize you.
Thanks. I think we need to continue this in August, so I'm going to move deferral of this item to the August meeting, which is August 3rd, is it? Yeah, August 3rd. The time is debatable, so would anyone like to speak to time? It's up to the chair here.
Did you wish to speak? Okay, go ahead.
It'll be just really quick. I just raised a concern when Sherman said that these people would be freelancing and helping for free. What kind of protection, if the public doesn't know who they are, if they have their own businesses, if they represent as part of the committee, there's a little more protection there, I believe. That's my concern I raise. If you're freelancing for the city, that may raise concerns, and who would want to put their necks out to do that? So that's my comment.
Thank you. And you're still, I've lost, you're still.
Well, I was going to move deferral.
Yes.
and then debate about time and place, I guess.
Okay, so we need a seconder for motion to defer. Mr. Carl, time and place. Is August acceptable? Matt?
Unfortunately, I'm going to be away in August. I don't have to be here, but I guess I would prefer September. But that's up to the committee.
So Mr.
Well, no, I would like you to be here, so I will move deferral to the September meeting then, which is September, Wednesday, September 7th, right after Labor Day.
I'll second that.
Okay, so
We have motion to defer to the meeting in September. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
And I see Councillor Shell's leaving, so I must return the chair. And just to let the rest of you know, one of you will have to take the chair if I have to relinquish it. It'll probably be one of the senior members. Yes, is this regarding timing? The next thing I was going to do is ask who else is going to have to leave in the next hour. Show of hands.
Actually, I need to leave like by 1 o'clock.
Right, so within 15 minutes. Anyone else need to leave that soon? Can we get to the recommendations that need a decision before we lose quorum? So just to inform the public what's happening, we're about to lose quorum in the next hour, if not sooner, due to the length of the meeting. This happened at City Council last week. We had to make a second meeting 2 days later, and ended up, the total agenda ended up taking 10.5 hours. That was for council. So this one, we're in the same kind of boat. So we're trying to figure out how to deal with that. So there are two absolutely time-sensitive items on the agenda. I propose we deal with them right now and try to keep your comments as brief as possible, right to the point, about whether we should approve or not the recommendation and whether it should be amended or what we need to say about it. So we'll skip, with the consent of the committee, I need a... Oh, okay, we can go to the next item, but after that I'll need your consent to skip items. So the next item is the property grant applications. So these are grants from the property grant, the Heritage Grant Application Fund. Ryan is here to introduce them, and then it'll be up to us to approve the recommendation. Oh, sorry, it's Mackenzie. Go ahead.
that have been submitted for 4 properties, 204 King Street East, 171 Bagot Street, 53 King Street East, and 16 Maitland. 204 King Street, that's located on the west side of King Street East between Gore and Earl. This property was designated under Part 4. It's also designated in the Old Sydenham Conservation District. The applicant is proposing, as we heard at the last committee meeting, to replace their existing asphalt shingles with black raised seam metal roofing. The property on 171 Bagot Street, this is on the east side of Bagot Street between Earl and William. The property is designated under Part 5. Prior to this, it was a listed property. The applicant is proposing to repair and repoint the entire north-facing wall at the side of the townhouse dwelling, including repairs to the chimney and repointing select sections of the front, the west and rear east-facing brick walls, and portions of the limestone foundation. 16 Maitland, located on the west side of Maitland Street. It's designated under Part 4, also in the Sydenham district. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing red asphalt roofing with new architectural style shingles in gray or brown. And finally, 53 King. The property is designated under Part 4, also in the Part 5 in the district. The applicant is proposing to repair and repoint the north, south, and east-facing stone walls of the carriage house at the rear of the dwelling. So 3 of these properties have come before committee. 16 Maitland was passed under staff delegated authority. None of the noted properties have received Heritage Property Grant funding in the last 2 years, and each property meets the terms of the Heritage Grant Program as an eligible heritage property. Also, the alterations proposed on the various properties include repairs to existing features, repainting, roofing, replacement, or the like with appropriate materials, and therefore the associated scopes of work, with the exception of the shed dormer that was discussed at the last meeting for 204 King Street, qualify as eligible work and are recommended by staff for approval.
Thank you. So just to remind committee members and members of the public that these are grant applications, not permit applications. Permits have already been granted, and it's the question of whether we use the funds in the Heritage Fund to approve these grants. Before we start, I'd just like to know the status of the Heritage Grant for 2016. Do we have enough money to cover these grants?
Yes, there is for this round of grant applications.
Okay, so committee members, comments, keep them to the point of whether we approve the grants, yes or no. Yes, Sherman.
It appears the report accurately addresses the concerns of heritage conservation, and I would move approval.
Yeah. Okay, before we move the recommendation, we'll go to members of the public for comment. Seeing none, need a mover, moved by Sherman, a seconder, seconded by Mac. All those in favor of the recommendation? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Oh, actually, we need to amend it with a procedural requirement because we're only 6 days from the next council meeting, and normally the deadline is 7 days. It needs to go on the addeds. So we need to actually specify that we need it to go to July 12th, otherwise it'll automatically go to August, the August council meeting, and there's only one meeting in July. So we need to say that the following recommendation be sent to the July 12th council meeting as an amendment. So I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Jamie, seconded by Peter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have to do that for everything that we approve today. Okay, well, thank you very much. That's item 2. Item 3 is information purposes only. Perhaps comments could be sent to staff. Right. So, okay, we're not going to deal with that right now because we need to deal with the time-sensitive items first. So there's a time-sensitive item on the addendum, which is 169 Union Street. Item 8 needs to be moved up to be item 3. So I need consent of the committee. Moved by Paul, seconded by, this is just to change an item, Mac, that item 8 be moved up in front of item 3. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we're now on item 8, which is on the addeds, application for heritage permit, 169 Union Street, time-sensitive matter. I believe if staff, you could briefly introduce it.
Okay. Yes, so the subject property of this application is 169 Union Street West. It's located on the north side of Union Street, the corner of Albert Street. The proposed alteration relates to this 2.5-story brick house featuring 1-story bay windows on either side, and the recessed main entrance that was built in 1878. This application has been submitted as per the Queen's Heritage Agreement between Queen's University and the City of Kingston to request approval to repurpose the building for use as a dental office at the ground floor and with residential units above. So the alterations that the applicant are proposing include minor alterations and maintenance, including the replacement of existing metal fire escape enclosure with a new metal rail guard at the rear, repainting of wood cladding, brick, and window trim, as well as localized fascia and soffit repairs, repainting the front wood columns and other porch details, repair to the front-facing wood railing, and replacement of the front and side cedar steps, as well as wooden balustrade to match the existing, as well as the replacement of the front metal handrail with a similar new metal handrail. The installation of a new glass guard to replace one of the existing front railings, the leveling of the front porch entranceway, and creation of a concrete accessible ramp to extend from the side parking area to the front entrance as per accessibility regulations. Replacement of the existing double entrance door and transom with the new single wood accessible door and a smaller transom, but similar in character and style to the existing. And finally, the replacement of 9 existing wood windows on the first story, which is a later added west porch addition, to be replaced with 4 fixed steel fire-rated windows, as well as brick infill to match where the existing former windows would have been removed, and 3 operable fire-rated windows on the upper story of the same facade. Thank you. So the site plan and elevations have been included in the exhibits for your comments.
Thank you. So I guess I understand that you'll notice that this is Section 37 of the Ontario Heritage Act, with the Queen's Heritage Agreement. The agreement obviously stays in place after going to private ownership, or it wouldn't be here. So questions from members of the committee, comments? I guess questions first at this point. Yes, Mac.
Just one question on figure number 5 in your drawings there. They say they're going to make the existing transom 6 inches smaller. Is the door below also going 6 inches smaller? There's going to be a single accessible door?
Mr. Chair, the door will be the same width. It'll just be raised to accommodate the raising of the porch.
So why does the transom have to be narrowed then?
It'll just be made smaller.
Oh, shorter?
Yeah, shorter.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you meant it was bringing it in.
Yeah. Actually, the applicant is here, if maybe he
Oh,
could.
smaller is shorter, okay, that's fine, that's not a problem.
Maybe wants to speak
Okay,
to some of the
that's fine.
questions.
Okay. Hi, my name is Yuko Leclerc. I'm a planner with Foten Consultants. I'm here with Cam Burns and Christian James from Schultz and Zabak Architects, so they will be happy to take any questions.
Matt, questions?
Sorry, I just missed in the initial intro, the new windows that you're proposing to put in, what are they like, what are they made of?
The replacement windows, they're on the west elevation. We have a fire escape, an existing fire escape coming down through there, so they're going to have to be fire-rated hollow metal.
The other new windows that you're putting in, are they, or is all the rest of them just being repaired?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, members of the committee? Questions from members of the public? Seeing none, we'll move to deliberations. I guess it's an information Consultation, so it's for consultation. So this is your opportunity to give input directly to staff. They'll be taking notes on this application.
So that means that we're not voting on this, it's just a matter of just giving information, just to be clear? Okay, I think it's fine.
No other input? Okay. You, like I said last time with consultation, if you think of something after the meeting, you still can forward it to staff through email before the final report goes to council. Right. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you all for your patience. We now need to move item 4, 130 Johnson Street, also time sensitive. So that's the work on the library. So I need a mover and a seconder to move that forward. And moved by Sherman. Sorry, why is it? Sorry, if I could just get staff to explain why this one needs to be moved in front of 251 Main Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to try and respect the requirements of the Ontario Heritage Act with respect to the 90 days. So we can bring 251 Main to the August meeting and still meet the 90 days, whereas we have pushed the limit on this file. So we should have this one reviewed in advance.
Okay, so this has to be dealt with today. So moved by Sherman, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Okay, so that's to move it on the agenda, so it's now up. So well, obviously the applicants and agents are here.
Mr. Chair, maybe I can quickly set the stage before the applicants take over. As you see, they're here to give a quick presentation for this property. This is the central branch of the Kingston Frontenac Public Library at the corner of Johnson and Bagot. The property includes what is known as the Bishop's House, built in 1822. It's a stone building right on the corner. The building was almost completely removed in the 70s, but when the library took over, they added an addition onto it in 76 by well-known architects Wilfrid Sorensen and Lily Inglis, and has incorporated the Bishop's House into this property. It's a Part 4 designated property from 1975, and it's included in the Sydenham Ward HCD. The property is rated as a significant to the district. The applicants have included conceptual plans as an Exhibit A to your package, as well as a Heritage Impact Statement prepared by Bray Heritage as Exhibit B. I just wanted to note that the plans in the HIS are superseded by the ones in Exhibit A. There was a discrepancy when the plan was written. So rely on Exhibit A for your most current plans. And I also wanted to quickly note that the alterations noted to the Bishop's House are not subject to this permit at this time. They'll be addressed later, so they're separate as well. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicants.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, committee members. My name is Rob Crothers. I'm a project manager with Facilities Management and Construction Services for the city. My role is to be the project manager on this project. We have Jason Emery Groen from HDR Architects and Carl Bray from Bray and Associates to answer any questions when the time comes. But first of all, I'd like to introduce Ms. Patricia Enright of the library to set the stage for the reasoning behind some of the features of this project.
So thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about the renovation and renewal of the Central Branch. Public libraries, as you know, have faced and are continuing to face a period of unprecedented change, much of it driven by changing technology and people's changing lifestyles. In response to these changes, public libraries have turned outward, changing our orientation from internal or institutional to external, community-facing. We want our communities to ask more from our public library, and we want to make significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic success of our communities. In developing our strategic plan, the Kingston Frontenac Public Library Board recognized that changes have and will impact how residents use library space. KFPL Vision 2020 specifically addressed the needs of the Central Branch under difference-making spaces, looking to redefine its role to better reflect its unique position in downtown Kingston and its potential for stronger partnerships with other organizations and for a greater contribution to municipal objectives in the downtown. We had asked that the building design encourage the residents of Kingston Frontenac to rediscover the Central Branch by inviting them into the building through a strong visual and spatial connection with the street, by connecting our residents with our collections, and by creating a space that supports exploration, discovery, creativity, and learning. And we thank HDR, our prime consultants, for bringing that vision to life.
Thanks, Patricia. Thank you. Might just give you a quick diagram of how that might come to be in terms of what Patricia was mentioning. What I did want to start with, which is pretty fascinating actually, I don't get the privilege to actually quote the original architects of a building very often, especially in a Heritage Committee meeting. So if you can indulge a couple of paragraphs. Born and raised in Kingston, I have to confess Lily and Wilf too were pretty patient with me over the years in the career with the team. But what was very interesting in the point that they were making in the original manifesto of the building, so this is actually in my hand, a copy of the original pamphlet the day it opened, 1978. They state that the design has a sloped roof that sits comfortably on a long building, relieved with the setbacks and projections which result from the room shapes and sizes within. Windows are placed and sized to suit the rooms inside rather than for external appearance. It's kind of rare an architect would admit that. Within the building, the masonry and the precast elements are allowed to create their own aesthetic. A feeling of space, unity, and strength results because of the avoidance of covering veneers. So pretty fascinating points made there, and relatively straightforward, at least to me, and perhaps the team as well. What we want to show quickly is the intent of how this has come about quickly, and just show you that in terms of a quick diagram. So yes, it's working. Doesn't quite get built quite that fast. But this is effectively the existing condition, and very much that embodiment of what both Lily and Wilf, I'd say, were quoted as stating in that point. We're actually going to pull down the building from the top and kind of go down inside for a moment. And the intent in following Patricia, her team, the library, the staff, their recommendations was to consider the nature of the library within the city, certainly the Central Branch, and how to make it more open and inviting to the city, but being cautious and careful in terms of the nature and character of the library as it is. So growing up in that library, I had a little bit of time to go to almost every corner, just not the basement or the top floor that I can recall. And the entrance sequence always was an interesting thing that I had kind of taken into account. When we talked about it as a team, we realized that by shifting the entry sequence, we could do about 3 or 4 key things to the inside of the building. In short, by moving the entry sequence, which would be actually to the right on that diagram, so the red arrow is where it currently is, we would be able to actually create an entrance and a node or a core within the building that would allow you to go to the second floor, to the meeting areas, by being able to secure the rest of the areas of the building on the main floor, and effectively perhaps extending the time periods at which you could use the second floor meeting rooms for community and public access. So the goal was to kind of think of security, think of how to kind of really get the building to perform longer during the day, if you will, in a safe and wayfinding, clear, secure manner. So the 2 arrows on the left and right are obviously the way you access that main entrance now, through that portico. And then what you'll see here in a moment is how those 2 arrows would carry through inside the building. So the small arrow on the diagonal is that curved steel stair that kind of rumbles as you go up. Then the larger arrow is just continuing on, whether it be to special collections or otherwise on the floor. So the view that we had as a team was, we had many options, but this was the one that we finalized on, the notion of shifting that entrance and how that could modify the inside and then inform the exterior of the building. So the idea, the circle, is actually creating a new node, a new way of accessing the top floor and doing it in a way that was permissive of other activities on the lower floor, and you'll get a sense of that in a minute. The other arrow is obviously indicative of allowing access on the main floor. One other element, quite important to note, is the nature of accessibility in terms of washrooms and universal accessible washrooms in the building. We actually have to do quite a revamp to those existing facilities to bring them up to code, and we wanted to do that in a central location on both floors in a way that would be easy and intuitive to find, and more or less the shortest distance from any point in the building. So this up here is literally the transformation that's being proposed. Effectively, the idea is to take into account what we understood from Lily and Wilf's words, the nature of the use of the building, the nature of the fenestration on that building, and how that worked towards clarifying to the public at the exterior what was happening within. And that was our interpretation of those words. So as this is going to grow, what you're seeing is actually a zone, 6 archways that we're proposing that actually get turned into a proscenium, a stage, if you will, a zone that you can actually see within from the exterior to get a sense of the activity that's kind of proposed up here on the screen behind us. As you move in, the goal is to not only be welcoming and inviting metaphorically, but to really truly do it physically as well, and to create that, as I said, theater or proscenium to the street itself. So looking at it in section really quick, the idea is very much to ensure that that continuity on the main floor connects through to the second floor as well. And one extra point, we're actually looking at that main area behind the glazed portion that you see as what's called the marketplace. So very interesting to hear some other discussions this morning about the nature of creativity and gathering and discovery in this city, and certainly a civic space like a library and the changes that Patricia mentioned are ones that we've taken into account in thinking about framing that activity to the street on the main floor. So hopefully this gives you a little bit of a very quick sense and diagram of the notion and intent of following the original spirit of the 1978 edition in this alteration.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Crothers.
Chairman, I just may add, and I should have earlier on, this building is now 40 years old. We're taking this opportunity to do several things. All of the electrical and mechanical systems in the building are in dire need of revamping, so they are all being removed and replaced. That leaves us the opportunity to do other things, but we haven't taken that, so we've decided we would take the opportunity to revamp the library at the same time, and the library's purpose has changed, a lot of things have changed. So this is really an integrated renovation of everything in the building. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll go to members of the committee for questions of the applicant or staff on the information in front of us. Yes, Mac.
So you're talking about updating all the electrical and mechanical and so forth. Is that going to, is it possible to make this building a LEED building of any level?
Yes, we are. We're, as part of the city's municipal green building policy, we are following that, attempting for LEED Silver. We have an assessment already that suggests that that's very possible. I'm not sure about gold. That will be developed as we go along.
Thank you. Peter.
I can understand, and I've got great sympathy with the challenge that libraries, including the public library, maybe especially public libraries, because they don't have the kind of guaranteed constituency which university libraries think they still have, maybe incorrectly. So that the need to meet new requirements, to project possible publics who will use it is very important. I'm also, and there's a question behind this, but forgive this preamble, I'm also aware that in both Canada and the United States, there are an abundance of buildings which have been repurposed from old cotton factories into modern museums, into part of the universities, such as University of Lowell in Massachusetts. There are all kinds of examples of buildings which have been repurposed very successfully, but with enormous respect for the design. And it's my sadness, and this is the question, when I look at the facade on Johnson Street, it seems to me that it could be a lot more respectful of the design that Inglis and Sorensen, or Sorensen and Inglis, presented. For example, you say that you're going to you're going to flatten out those arches that will be behind the window. That rhythm of arches going down the hill is a defining feature of that building. It's what makes it, I think, a very good citizen in the historical district that it's in. Likewise, what I think is kind of cavalier disregard for the other fenestration on the front. And I guess my question is, I see that as a loss. Why do it? Why not respect the original fenestration and the sense of design? It seems to me it ought to be possible. And yet to achieve the change of the more direct entrance and the things you want to do, it would seem to me, I'm no architect, but I'm interested in architecture, and it would seem to me it should be possible. And why isn't it?
It's an excellent question, Peter. I wouldn't say anything is impossible. We would never propose it that way. But to clarify, perhaps, or to extend the idea behind that major fenestration component, we felt that by keeping the actual colonnade and the ramp, that very feature and spirit was very much still there in keeping with the project. So the nature of the archways moving up the actual ramp that was the original and still is going to be a ramp through the space would stay. The thought with the proscenium or that frame was really to signal that change. To be really honest, obviously we wouldn't propose something we didn't agree with, but clearly. But we really felt that it was a strong, important, but in our humble opinion, truly a still modest composition. It's one component of the facade, and it's the area that's actually the most significant change inside in use. So for us, for the team, the idea was to signal that change in a very honest way, and by doing that with that glazed area. So to us, the notion of individual space within each arch, so maybe as a child when I was reading a book within each of those arches perhaps, or not every one, but some, is fundamentally different as the use relative to the marketplace within, that newer creative space that we wanted to see if we could present to the city, kind of set on a stage. So that was the real reason for the change, in deference to the building, we thought.
Paul.
Just a quick question. Does the building's footprint doesn't change, and does the ramp footprint change at all?
The building footprint does not change. The ramp's footprint actually gets wider and I can't say more accessible, that wouldn't be the correct terminology, more convenient would be a better way to say it. So by that, there are two ramps that are currently on the front. There's the enclosed, the covered ramp under the portico, and then there's the other ramp component which kind of sheds further west. That ramp that goes further west will be widened in this process, and in our minds and in the team's mind, made more secure for people moving up that space into the entrance.
Mac, you have another question?
So does that mean the covered ramp from the east side will not be there anymore? Sorry. The covered ramp from the east side, is that still going to exist?
Correct. The ramp from the east side that is covered will remain, correct. Actually, the bottom of that ramp is going to be leveled out to make more convenient. It's not an accessibility issue, it's just a convenience issue, but made simpler and easier in slope.
Okay, members of the public on this file, please come forward. Yes, Ms. Finley. Does she need to go to the does she need to go over here?
I feel like Peter in that I felt the elliptical arches at the front were an important part of the overall facade, but also that is not a pedestrian street. It's a high-speed traffic block, and with lights at either end, and so you can actually feel quite nervous walking down that side of the street by the library. And what I think the new plan does is it exposes the interior of the library to that. And also, we seem to be getting quite a few of these things. like Bagot and Princess. We have the Kawarth Credit Union with a similar open glazed, large glazed area. We're going to have the same at Wellington and Princess. And so I'm not sure if it's possible to create some more openness visually, although, as I say, it's mostly people driving by that will see that, and retain the rhythm of the first floor fenestration. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. I guess you can use the same microphone if you don't mind.
Due to the shortage of time, I'm going to email my comments in because the committee needs to get moving on other items. I do have quite a lot of material, so I don't want to tie down the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Your submissions can be made in writing. Comments? We're losing another committee member. We're at base quorum now. This committee meeting will be over if one more person leaves. So any final comments to the applicants and agents about this item? No, seeing none. Thank you very much and good luck with the work. So I'd like to so we're back to the agenda now. 251 Main Street in Berryfield. Application for heritage permit. Item 3 in your package. Pages 70 to 100 in the package.
Excuse me,
Staff could briefly...
A point of order?
Oh, hi,
Point
Mike.
of order. Are we going to talk about the heritage, the Berryfield heritage?
Well, we're going to follow this. The applicant's been here all morning, and as has everyone else. So, we're just going to follow the rest of the agenda until we run out of quorum, basically. So, we'll let. Yes, Sherman, are you about to leave?
Just wondering if we could have 2 or 5 minutes, quick break, or?
Well, when I leave this chair, I won't be coming back.
Okay.
I have to be somewhere at 2, so I'm holding as well, but I know what you mean. No one can even go to the bathroom right now or we won't have quorum. So go ahead, Mackenzie.
Okay, great. So this application relates to the property at 251 Main. It's located on the west side of Main Street in the Berryfield Conservation District. It contains a contemporary dwelling that's 1 story at street level, originally constructed in 1975, with a boathouse at the rear near the water, which was built before the 1970s. It features a cross-gable roof and various additions and extensions dating from a partial renovation in the early 1990s. So this application has been submitted to request approval for several new additions and replace many existing features. The additions include a 1-story addition to the north, a 1.5-story addition on the west, the addition of 2 dormers on the upper floor of the principal facade, and a new portico at the front entrance. The north addition is proposed to be clad in a combination of stone and brick to match the existing materials of the building. And the new west addition will be mostly brick. The applicant also wishes to replace all the windows and doors and the existing side shingles. The windows will be replaced with wood double-hung units with metal cladding in a 6/1 configuration with simulated divided lights. The existing metal siding will be replaced with pre-stained cedar shingles, which will be used on the additions and the dormers as well. And finally, renovations to the roof are also proposed, which include the replacement of existing cedar shakes with either new cedar shakes or asphalt shingles, both of which are encouraged as appropriate roofing materials in the current and draft district plans. So I just want to bring your attention to the fact that a pre-application consultation in 2013 for a similar proposal we have on file, and the conceptual drawings for that for that file have been included in Exhibit C, just for reference, as well as an extensive history done for an HIS by Bruce Downey based on Dr. Jennifer McKendry's history on the property. Staff have reviewed the submitted materials and against the Berryfield plans, the current plan and the proposed plan, as well as the relevant policies and guidance, and support the alterations.
So you'll see this is for information purposes only. Again, questions from members of the committee? Yes, Catherine. Could you please turn on your mic and speak into your mic, please?
I noticed that the facade of the building is going to be increased by about a third. And I just wondered, in light of the interest in fact, enlarging buildings in the Heritage District by going back rather than to the side, whether that had figured into your consideration of this application.
I think the agent for the applicant is here. Maybe you can answer that question. Turn on your mic, maybe identify yourself and answer the question.
Hi, my name is Mike Preston. I'm the agent for Maureen and Fraser Saunders, who are the owners of the property. If you know, we are adding on to the north, not quite a third, but the nature of the house is long and linear, obviously to maximize the water view. So to add on the water side would basically be taking away a view from a room as it stands. So we want to keep the long linear nature of it. The house is, based on the road height, the house is quite low compared to the road as it is. So we're adding on one story. It will be lower than the current roof line. So and obviously it's a large property, it's over 2 acres, and we're adding on towards the open portion of the property. So we felt that the enlargement was in keeping with the overall feeling of the house and definitely not in any way overwhelming the property.
Okay, any other questions from members of the committee? All right, go to members of the public. Seeing none, you'll notice in the information report, it's an information report. Your comments, staff will note your comments. They are recommending approval of the heritage application. Oh, I see, we do have a member of the public, please.
Thank you. Is this garage door is going to face onto Main Street? Is it? And I'm wondering what kind of a door it is. When I first look at this, it looks extremely suburban to me. And so I would have that question. And also the windows and that siding, is that triple casement? Will it be wood?
Yes, so the garage doors do not face Main Street, they face to the south.
To the south. Okay.
Yeah, and all the areas that you see, the white gables, the aluminum siding, all that is to be replaced with cedar shingles. And the casement, all the windows will be replaced with double hung 6/1 configuration, so there won't be any casements in the house anymore.
Thank you.
Just point out at one point on page 72 in the report, under reasons for designation, the district plan says it rates this property as a non-heritage property. Maybe that explains the style. It was built in 1975. Okay. Well, staff will be forwarding the yeah, it's your last chance to give oral comments to staff before they forward this to council. Or, again, you could submit something in writing. Seeing none, that's it for that item. Thank you very much. Good luck with that work. So we could lose quorum at any time here, but we still have it at the moment. Does anyone? I have to be gone, like I said, before 2. It's now 1:28. But we can carry on. The next item may take more time than I have, and we may lose quorum in the middle of this next item. Yes, Paul?
As we've lost a lot of our people and Dawn's not here as well, may I request that we can defer this? Is that a possibility?
Deferral is in order unless it's time sensitive, but we can deal with that officially through deferral. So we need a seconder for the deferral, seconded by Catherine. So before we vote on it, is this time sensitive?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess technically it's not time sensitive. We have advertised this meeting in accordance with the requirements of the Heritage Act, but that's not to say that we can't re-advertise another meeting. We do have our consultant here as well, but again, that's something that can be rescheduled.
Thank you. So with the knowledge that it is an inconvenience to those who came to speak to this item today, they will have an opportunity in August, and other than that inconvenience, it's not time sensitive. So I guess we'll vote on the deferral. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. So that item will be on the August agenda. We're now at item 7, Community Visioning Exercise, Kingston Pen and Portsmouth Olympic Harbor. Information report, pages 325 to 331. It's kind of self-explanatory. I don't know if anyone needs to introduce it. If we've read the report. This is our opportunity for input on the information that's in the information report. So you'll see on page 330 the list of the constituency of the working group. It's a large list. It would be about almost 20 members. You'll see the list there, including some people that might have actually been here today. It does not include a member from Heritage Kingston itself. There's the 3 phases that are described. Yes, Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it appropriate that we request that a member of the Heritage Kingston do represent this committee being created that is being added to the list on page 6?
So I believe this has already been mandated by council, but maybe staff could. Yes, Commissioner Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So council's already approved this composition, so it would require a reconsideration of council at this point to change the composition. Having said that, we know that a number of members of the Heritage Kingston have been involved already in interviews, individual interviews, as well as the workshops that took place a couple of weeks ago. The other portion to this is that there will be obviously information coming back to Heritage Kingston around the designation bylaw, which is quite critical in terms of the Kingston Penitentiary. But I think it's important to understand that the site is much broader than Kingston Penitentiary. It also includes Portsmouth Olympic Harbor. And the reason why we looked at it this way, I mean, there are a number of different committees that technically could be involved. We could have somebody from the ARC committee as well, because there's a recreation component to this. So we really looked at a composition of representatives within the community, as well as recognizing that the designation bylaw will be coming back to Heritage Kingston.
Yes, so that will be a full discussion, I imagine. And I guess we don't really have the power to appoint someone. There is 4 spots for community members and, in the mandated composition. And I'm sure staff would welcome any comments during the process, as they do with all of these public processes. Any questions about the information here? Okay, so we'll be seeing this again. This is a large file, and we'll be seeing it again. Yeah, so that actually gets us to the end of our business. And we just have the Part E, 8E, which is working group reports. So there's the Heritage Property Working Group and the Cultural Heritage Working Group both have reports in the package near the end. And many of you sit on those working groups. Is there anything anyone wants to comment about? Paul, would you like to summarize, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say the 2 working groups, the Cultural Heritage Working Group and the Heritage Assets Working Group, met for the first time last week. It was a combined meeting as an orientation session for the 2 groups. Some of the members come from this table, as well as a number of members from the broader community, including some members that were formerly on the old Municipal Heritage Committee and the Museum Advisory Committees. We ran through a number of baseline pieces of information, which this group has seen in those updates and orientation sessions that Colin Wigginton has presented, as well as went through the mandates and areas of focus for the 2 groups. The one thing that was, we provided clarification for the members of the committee, or the working groups, I should say, is that when they meet separately, they'll be advising us on things to do with heritage interpretation, which would be the Cultural Heritage Working Group by and large, and issues around the cultural heritage community at large. And at the cultural assets, we'll be looking more at the museums as assets of the city, and as well as our collections committee, so that artifacts and other items which are offered for the civic collection would come to that working group for an initial analysis and recommendation through to Heritage Kingston and ultimately council. We will be meeting as required, not more than once in a month. And the advantage of having the working groups, we believed, was that area or subjects which can be dealt with in more depth can be handled at the working group level, so that what comes to Heritage Kingston table is the distilled version. They will be advising committee and as well as advising staff on a variety of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So if some of you that were on the previous committee will note that this is a little bit more involved than what we had with the working groups, which at some point didn't even have briefing notes. So thank you for that detailed report, and look forward to more of the same. And I'd like to say congratulations for the size of the volunteer pool that you have for that group, for those 2 groups. Does anyone wish to ask questions about that or about the other report on the Heritage Properties Working Group? Yes, Sherman.
Just procedure, should I expect, I've requested to be on another working group, and I just wondered if I'm going to have official confirmation that I am approved, or that I see my name on this list. Is that a confirmation that I am officially on this group?
I believe, didn't we vote it in?
The composition of the working groups were approved at the last council meeting, and a letter went out by mail earlier this week, so you should be receiving something shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's official. Okay, so we need a motion to receive the information from both or all 3 working groups. Separate, 2 separate motions, 3 separate, all one? So just one motion to receive collectively the written submission from the 3 working groups. Moved by Paul, seconded by Jamie. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Right. F, update regarding emergency approvals. There was an emergency approval at 32 Simcoe Street. That is in the package. There are no motions except, oh, sorry, there is a motion. Yes, so we have time to get to this. Moved by Paul, seconded by Councillor Schell, that effective August 3rd, Heritage Kingston meetings will be held at 1 p.m. on the first Wednesday of each month. Yes. he's got. Oh, we need. Councillor Shell's not here, so someone else has to second this. Jamie. So mover has right to speak first and last. Go ahead, Paul.
Just really quick, we did used to have our meetings in the afternoon, and I know when we started our meetings, we decided to have it in the morning, but as you see with quorum, this is the second time that we barely have quorum. In the first meeting, they lost quorum, so I'm hoping this may fix that and have a little more time to be not rushed and do our due diligence.
Yes, Mac.
I don't like to bring this up, but I mean, I can make Wednesday afternoons, but is there any possibility of doing Tuesdays or Thursdays as opposed to Wednesday?
So that the motion is for Wednesday, and any change other than what's in the package, it would be essentially a different motion. You'd have to vote this motion down and make a new motion. But if you don't like the Wednesday afternoon, you can vote against. Yeah, it's a little funny that we should decide this with only half of us here, but
I know, and I'm willing to defer it if it need to be. I just wanted to get that conversation out there.
Yeah.
I'm open to any, as long as it's the afternoon, because we find that the morning's not working. So whatever the rest of that we have quorum here.
Well, I'd love to hear a motion to defer this item so that more members could weigh in and have a month to think about it too. Moved by Mac, seconded by Catherine. So would be deferred to the August 3rd meeting, which at this time is at 9:30. And you would have to amend the motion then accordingly. So all those in favor? Carried. That's it. There are
Point
no
of clarification, I know it's deferred. Can I resubmit it with a different timing if we have
Maybe
a conversation?
Maybe it'd be simpler if Yeah, you can't, but it's okay. It'll be simple enough. Bring your amendment written out, and then we'll just do that. No notice of the motion, no other business. There is some correspondence. There's also some extra correspondence on the addeds. Our next meeting is therefore Wednesday at 9:30. Yes.
So the fifth version of the Berryfield Heritage District was just here for information then? We're not going to talk about it?
No, it was deferred. It's deferred till August.
Oh, that got...
Yeah, it's deferred to August. We didn't deal with it. Okay, motion to adjourn? Or did you have something to say? Turn your microphone on.
I just wanted to make sure that when we meet next time, we don't find ourselves in this situation where we have a bunch of people coming, and I'm talking about the Heritage District Plan, that it is in fact towards the beginning of the agenda so that we can discuss it fully.
Well, I believe the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but deferred items go to the beginning of the agenda.
Good.
It still goes in chronological order, so anything that comes forward after this will be later after the deferred item. So that should be the first item. No? Yeah, it'll be the first item of business anyway. All right, well, thank you very much. Motion to adjourn. Catherine, seconded by Paul. All those in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much for your ongoing patience.